Okay, welcome everybody to the Planning and Zoning Commission work session. This is not quite the hearing, but just the pre-stuff. So we have a varied schedule tonight, starting with minutes from the work session on and meeting on February 5th, and then the work session and meeting from February 12th. So we'll need to approve those. Moving on to the schedule, we have item A, which is CVA 2326 for Northridge Architecture. It's at 1220 West State Street. It's a variance to encroach the rear setback on 0.14 acres in a PCDD pedestrian commercial with downtown design review zone. And we are hearing, or the staff has presented revised findings. This does not need a hearing unless you guys would like to discuss anything in there or find you want to tweak it a little bit. Same goes with item B for CVA 2327 for VY
Excuse
Architecture.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Gillespie. Are we permitted to put A and B on consent?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
So yes, B is CVA 2327 for VY Architecture at 216 North Haines Street. This is also a variance to encroach into the front and rear yard setbacks and to exceed the allowed fence height in the front yard on 0.14 acres in an R2H medium density with historic overlay zone. Again, A and B are both revised findings that the commission can place on the consent agenda if they feel like they would like to. After that, we've got our first hearing item, CUP 2376 for the land group. This is a legacy code item, is at 6880 South Eisenman, and it is a conditional use permit for an automotive sales lot on 24.5 acres in a C3D DA commercial service with design review and development agreement, as well as a C4D planned commercial with design review zone. We are recommending denial, and we will need to hear this one. Excuse me. Item 2 is SUP 2357 Barnwood Village, another legacy code item. This is located around the South Cole Road and West Lake Hazel intersection, and it's preliminary plat for a residential subdivision comprised of 124 buildable and 19 common lots on 69.45 acres in the SBO3 Syringa Valley Specific Plan Zone. They are asking for a deferral to a future unknown date. So do we defer item 2? Item 3, another deferral request. It's CFH 23104 for Centurion Engineers LLC. Again, this is a legacy code item. And there's 3 applications associated with this at 5402 West Overland Road. It's a category 3 hillside development permit for the grading associated with a residential subdivision on 1.21 acres in R2 medium density residential and LOD limited office with design review zones. There's an associated PUD 2332 for 6 single family units and 1 office lot on this parcel, as well as the subdivision SUB 2341 titled Braun Terrace Subdivision. And that's both the preliminary and final plat for a mixed use subdivision comprised of those 7 buildable and 2 common lots. Again, they are requesting deferral to a date certain of April 8th. Moving on, item 4, we will be hearing tonight. It's CAR 2122 and ZOA 212, again for the land group, and again for under the legacy code. This is addressed at 7479 South Cole Road, and it's an annexation of 380.7 acres with a zoning district of SPO4, be the Murillo Farm specific plan. Also included with that is a zoning ordinance amendment to Chapter 13, Section 4 to the Title 11 Development Code to add that SBO4 to our ordinance. We are recommending denial, and we will be hearing that this evening. And finally, to round us off, item 5, SOS 2326. Applicant is David. It's no longer David Benoit. This item was deferred from January 8th, 2024. And is also under the legacy code and is addressed at 3006 West Gerard Street. And it's a waiver to the subdivision ordinance requirement to construct sidewalk as part of a minor land division on 0.63 acres in an R1C or single family residential zone. We are also recommending denial on that one, and we'll need to hear that as well. So once again, we can try for consent for the 2 work session and 2 meeting minutes from February. Items A and B, those revised findings, we will be deferring 2 to an unspecified date, 3 to a date certain of April 8th, and we will be hearing 1, 4, and 5.
Great.
Any questions?
Any questions? We're good? All right. All
Okay, we
set.
got about 6 minutes before we'll start the real show, so last minute for any water or bathroom breaks.
Thanks for the timer out there. Thank you, sir.
All right, I hear the timer. It's time to go. Well, good evening again, and welcome to the Boise City Planning and Zoning Commission public hearing. A few things to start out with for tonight's proceedings. Everyone from the public entering the hearing virtually has been automatically muted and cannot speak. As the item you're interested in comes up for discussion, you will be called upon and unmuted. There is a chat function in Zoom. However, this is not part of the record and should only be used if technical difficulties arise. Our procedures for public hearings begin with a presentation from the planning team. Then we'll go to the applicant and then the representative of the Registered Neighborhood Association, followed by questions from the commission. After that, we proceed to public testimony, starting with those who are in person and then who signed up on the sign-up sheet in advance, and then anyone else who raises their hands virtually. If you're attending through your telephone, you can type in *9 to raise your hand. Each member of the public is allowed up to 3 minutes for testimony. We are strict with this time as it is limited in code. Finally, the applicant is allowed 5 minutes for rebuttal, after which the hearing will be closed and the commission will deliberate and render a decision. Mr. Chair, you have the floor.
Thank you, Crystal. All right. We are citizen volunteers appointed by the mayor and approved by the city council. We make final decisions on conditional use permits, variance, and appeals, and recommendation to the city council on subdivisions, rezones, annexations, and code or comprehensive plan amendments. Any decision made tonight may be appealed to the city council, provided that the appeal is filed within 10 days of this hearing. In order to file an appeal, you must have given written or oral testimony at tonight's meeting. So that's why it's important to give your name and address when you testify tonight. We utilize a consent agenda. This means that if the applicant agrees with the staff report and there is no public opposition, the item will be placed on the consent agenda. All items that are placed on the consent agenda are approved with one motion without further public comment. For items not on the consent agenda, we will hold a full public hearing in the order just detailed a few minutes ago with staff, applicant, neighborhood association, and then the public testimony. Thank you all for attending tonight. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Shaver. Danley.
Here.
Moore.
Here.
Mooney. Gillespie.
Here.
Seha.
Here.
Torres.
Here.
Doan.
Here.
6 present, 2 absent.
Okay. Before we get too far ahead of ourselves, I just want to take a quick moment. We have 2 new commissioners this evening. You picked a good one to start. Commissioner Michelle Doan and Tony Torres. Just want to take a moment. Thank you for your service to your community. It's much appreciated. And welcome to your first hearing. All right, tonight, let's get started with our consent agenda. The first items up for the consent agenda consist of the work session minutes from February 5th, as well as the commission meeting minutes from the 5th as well, work session meeting minutes from the 12th, and meeting minutes from the 12th as well. Is there any comment or questions on the minutes at all? Hearing none, without opposition, the meeting minutes and work session minutes will be moved to the consent agenda. Next up will be our revised findings. Item number A, CVA 23-26, located at 1220 West State Street. In our packet were revised findings. Are there any discussion on those revised findings in the packet whatsoever? Hearing none. Item A will be moved without objection to the consent agenda. Next up is item B, CVA 23-27, also revised findings located at 216 North Hayes Street. This was a variance application. Is there any discussion on these revised findings? Hearing none and without objection, we will move item B to the consent agenda. With that, I would entertain a motion for approval of the consent agenda.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Gillespie.
I move that we approve the consent agenda consisting of the 4 meeting minutes you discussed from the 5th and the 12th, as well as the revised findings of point A and point B.
Thank you very much. I have a motion to approve the consent agenda. Is there a second?
No, second.
Great, Commissioner Seha, thank you. So we have a motion to approve in a second. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Danley,
Aye.
Moore,
Aye.
Gillespie,
Yes.
Seha,
Aye.
Torres,
Aye.
Stone,
Aye.
all in favor, motion carries.
Okay, next up on our agenda, we're going to handle our 2 deferral requests. This first one up is item number 2, SUB 23-57, Barnwood Village, located at South Cole Road and West Lake Hazel Road. It's a preliminary plat and a request for a deferral to a future date. Is the applicant in attendance? Let me pull up my... Okay. No, but there was a request. Is there anybody here tonight or online that was hoping to request in opposition to this that cannot be here at a future date to be determined? Okay. Seeing none, I would entertain a motion to defer item number 2 for a future date.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Gillespie.
I move that we defer item 2 to a future date.
Great. I have a motion to defer by Commissioner Gillespie. Is there a second?
Second. Second.
Not
Commissioner
sure.
Doan.
Commissioner Don't. That's your first official motion. There
Yeah.
we go. All right. Thank you. Second by Commissioner
Write this
Doan.
thing
Any
off the
discussion? None. Would the clerk call the roll?
Danley,
Aye.
Moore,
Sorry, aye.
Gillespie,
Aye.
Seha,
Aye.
Torres,
Aye.
Stone,
Aye.
all in favor, motion carries.
Okay, moving on to our second deferral, item number 3. This is CFH 23-104, PUD 23-32, and SUB 23, -41, all located at 5402 West Overland Road. Is the applicant in attendance by chance? Yes, they are. And you are requesting, sir, a deferral to April 8th, is that correct? Okay, is there anybody in attendance tonight or online who wish to testify on this item who cannot make it to the April 8th hearing? Okay, seeing none, I would entertain a motion to defer these items to April 8th. Is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Gillespie.
I move that we defer the 3 items in agenda item 3 to our April 8th meeting.
Wonderful. Is there a second on the motion?
Second.
All right, I have a motion by Commissioner Gillespie and a second by Commissioner Torres. Any discussion? Hearing none, will the clerk call the roll?
Danley,
Aye.
Moore,
Aye.
Gillespie,
Yes.
Seha,
Aye.
Torres,
Aye.
Stone,
Aye.
all in favor, motion carries.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Consent agenda's done, deferrals are done. Moving on to our first item of the evening, item number 1, CUP 23-76, an application from the Land Group located at 6880 South Eisenman Road. Sabrina Mortensen, take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. The item before you is a request for a conditional use permit for an automotive sales lot on 24.5 acres located at 6850 and 6880 South Eisenman Road in the C3D, DA, and C4D zones. The subject property is located approximately 775 feet southeast of the intersection of Gowan Road and Eisenman Road. The site abuts I-84, which is the priority corridor to the east and is within a quarter mile of the Regional Activities Center located at the intersection of Federal Way and Gowan Road. The site is also located within the Airport Influence Area B and within the Gateway East Urban Renewal District. Eisenman Road, adjacent to the site, is a planned level 3 bikeway, and other planned bikeways and pathways in the vicinity are shown on this slide. The subject property is comprised of 2 parcels. The smaller northern parcel is currently vacant and is located within the C3D DA zone. The development agreement on this parcel dictates allowed uses of the property and includes a conceptual site plan. The proposed use is conditionally allowed per the terms of the DA. The larger southern parcel is located within the C4 zone and contains an outlet mall which was constructed in 1994. The C4 zone requires CUPs for most uses allowed within the zone in order to promote integrated site planning, minimize access points, and encourage the highest standards of architecture, landscaping, and site planning. The applicant proposes to demolish all existing buildings on the site and construct 2 new buildings which would function as a semi-truck sales and service facility. Both structures would comply with the height limit and all required setbacks of the C4 zone. The remainder of the site is proposed to include a collection of paved parking and storage areas, including a customer parking lot, employee parking lot, vehicle sales yard, trailer storage, and delivery areas. While the subject property is large enough to accommodate the proposed use and comments received from public agencies indicate that the semi-truck sales and service facility would not place an undue burden on public facilities in the vicinity, the request does not comply with other CUP approval criteria of code. Specifically, the planning team finds that the proposed use is not compatible with the Idaho Ice World facility on the adjacent parcel to the south or with the intent of the C4 zone. The applicant proposes to provide an approximately 50-foot landscape buffer containing a masonry screen wall, landscaping, and a detached sidewalk between the proposed use and the driveway to the Idaho Ice World facility in order to mitigate potential adverse impacts on the adjacent use. However, this proposal will remove shared access between the subject property and the adjacent parcels to the south, thereby isolating the proposed use from the remainder of the C4 zone. Additionally, the proposed use is not in compliance with policies of the comprehensive plan, which encourage the incorporation of a broader mix of uses in higher intensity development as existing centers are redeveloped. The proposed site layout also conflicts with policies of the comprehensive plan, which encourage siting buildings towards streets, particularly along priority corridors such as I-84, and locating parking to the side or rear of buildings. Late correspondence was received from the South Eisenman Neighborhood Association, members of the public, and the applicant. As detailed in your packets, the public comments expressed concerns regarding the proposal's impact on the existing businesses that operate on the property and the loss of small businesses which serve residents of Southeast Boise. The comments also expressed desire for more community-serving uses on the site. The memo submitted by the applicant critiques the analysis and findings of the project report, emphasizes that the proposed use is conditionally allowed within the zone, and asserts that the proposal is in compliance with the CUP approval criteria and the comprehensive plan. The document also includes a survey of other C4 zones in the city, as well as information regarding the trucking industry in Idaho. However, as detailed in your packets, the planning team finds the proposal to utilize the 24.5 acre parcel located within an urban renewal district and in close proximity to a priority corridor and regional activity center for a single auto-oriented use that requires separation and buffering from the other existing uses in the C4 zone is not consistent with the zoning code or with the guidance of the comprehensive plan. In conclusion, the planning team recommends denial, and I'll stand for any questions.
Thanks, Sabrina. We'll turn our attention next to the applicant. Listed is it Tamara or Tamara Thompson? And that is not. Hi, Mr. Wardle.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, you're going to hear from Tamara in just a moment, as well as from Kenworth, but I am Jeffrey Wardle. My address is 251 East Front, Suite 310 here in Boise, and I'm counsel to the Gardner Company. We are here tonight with you on this application, and we fundamentally disagree with what staff has laid out for the reasons that we've set forth. Recognizing that this is a critical issue, I want you to hear more from the design team and from the user, but it's important to note that this property was annexed into the city in the 1980s. The C4 zoning occurred in conjunction with the development of the outlet mall nearly 30 years ago, and the northern portion was zoned C3. Now, part of the reason that we disagree with staff's assessment is the C4 zone fundamentally contemplated that a variety of automotive uses would necessitate a conditional use permit within that zone. That's why we provided you with the survey through the city, because the reality is that the C4 zone has repeatedly been utilized for automotive oriented uses. Moreover, this is a conditional use permit, and I recognize that we have several new commission members, and conditional use permits are permits where the city says we need to have additional review and evaluation. Now, you will hear from me, because this is what I do professionally, and I'll be back here on other conditional use permits like I regularly am, that we get into the weeds far too often on design issues when a conditional use is talking about the nature of the use and the standards appropriate. The ultimate design gets addressed. Now, we agree. Staff is absolutely correct. This is at the heart of the Gateway East Urban Renewal District, an urban renewal district where the city has made a determination that it's going to invest public resources to promote industrial distribution and trucking uses. Hence the reason that my client has come forward with this application. Now, trucking services serve everyone. We disagree with staff's characterization that these are not quality jobs. We disagree with the characterization that they're not important to the community. In Idaho, we do not manufacture enough of the things that we need. Virtually everything that we get comes on a truck. That's why this use is so critical. Now, as indicated, the outlet mall was constructed in the mid-90s, but as we've seen the growth and development out there, everything around it has been redeveloped or developed with these more intensive industrial serving uses. And that's why we believe that a conditional use permit, as outlined, is appropriate. Now, we gave significant consideration to the multiple meetings and the feedback that we got from city staff in early consultations. And one of the concerns we heard was that there was concerns about circulation and having vehicles that are going to Idaho Ice World having to circulate with trucks and with the users of this facility. So we made that change. When an applicant goes to the effort to listen to what staff says, they do not expect to come back at the hearing and have a staff report that criticizes the design elements that were integrated as a result of staff's request. But we'll get to all of this in more detail. At this point, I'm going to invite our representative from Kenworth, Kyle Treadway, to come forward and share with you the importance of this site.
Good evening. My purpose in being here is, first of all, to put a face to the request. Second of all, thank you for your service, your volunteer service. Thirdly, to kind of explain a little bit about our industry and introduce our company to you. So in terms of our industry, virtually everything that you use, touch, eat, wear, everything comes on a truck at one point in its life. And in the state of Idaho, over 72% of freight exclusively arrives on the back of a truck. We are a $2.2 billion industry just within the state of Idaho. And 1 out of every 15 employees in this state works in our industry or in a support industry that's related to it. An average wage in our industry is well above the state average, so it pays well. And there are over 11,770 jobs just within the state of Idaho in this industry. We are significant. Now, I often describe that we're an invisible giant because, as someone once told me, we don't need trucks, we have the internet. Well, unfortunately, yes, those Amazon packages don't arrive on your doorstep by themselves. So we are a necessary and essential industry, as the COVID epidemic pointed out to everybody. We are critical to this nation's infrastructure and its economy. Also, secondarily, I would point out that 41% of all road taxes in the state of Idaho are generated by our industry, although only 12% of the miles are covered by our industry. My grandparents started our company, and my great-grandparents started our company in 1945, and they opened our store in Boise here in 1959, so we've been a member of this community for many years. We currently are domiciled on 8 acres near the airport between Vista and Broadway, between I-84 and the airport. It's a 52,000 square foot building. We employ 83 people, and as I mentioned, we have attractive wages. We've grown to about 36 locations in 10 states, and 8 of those locations are in the state of Idaho. We generate about $88 million of revenue just within Idaho, and we pay about $1 million in sales taxes on an annual basis. So we feel like we are an important and vital part of this community. Effectively, we have outgrown our facility, and it's by nature 5 businesses under one roof. We have vehicle sales, we have lease and rental, we have finance, we have parts, and we have service. And so why are we looking at this location on Eisenman Road? It will allow us to move from 8 acres to 24 acres. We will triple our size. We will grow. We will add more employees. We will generate more sales tax dollars, and we will generate more revenue. In addition, there are a lot of support industries that bobtail onto us, including tire distributors, fuel distributors, component suppliers, et cetera. So there are many other industries that are dependent upon us to help them grow their business. We also like the location because it will provide convenience for our customers. 30% of our business is not local. It is transitory. It comes through the state. And so they need to see us. We need good visibility on the freeway. We need good access, and we need good freeway on-ramps. And this site provides all of those. And it's also compatible use with support industries that are around us currently and that will benefit from our being there. They will also grow their business. The other thing is that we like being on the perimeter of a city because then we're a gateway. Our customers don't like to generate any more miles than they have to. They want to get in, get out, be very efficient with their time. And so if they can not have to travel through the roads in the neighborhoods, they would rather do something that's very convenient to the freeway. So this location presents all of those opportunities. And so we would ask you to approve this.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, my name is Tamara Thompson. I'm with the Land Group. Our offices are at 462 East Shore Drive in Eagle. I'll go through a few of the site design items with you. Just the vicinity map. I'll go through that real quick. The main thing I wanted to show you on this is, on this aerial, is just the site landscaping that is currently there. We are proposing to keep the mature trees that are healthy along the perimeter. The interior ones in the parking lot, we will relocate those if they're healthy. We do have an arborist report, and unfortunately, many of those have a beetle in them, so those will not be able to be to remain. Here's another picture of the existing conditions at the site, and you can see it's a 30-year-old site that is in need of an update. And the outlet mall, unfortunately, failed to thrive. It never took off in this community. A few of the site features, we've comprehensively planned this site to be compatible with the surrounding uses, including the Idaho Ice World to the south. And then I'm going to show you, we have in concept review right now, the Land Group is working on the site to the north as well. So we have worked on that together. I've labeled the accesses on here. The one that's red, you can see, so it starts at the north, and I have one on both of those. So the existing access to the outlet mall is the red one, and that one will be closed, moved to the north, and then that one will be a shared access with the properties to the north. And then the second access is an existing access to the outlet mall. That one will be retained, but it's a secondary access for the employees, and it will be gated, so it'll be a controlled access. And then the third one is the existing access that, if I go back to that site, so that is the shared drive, that one that you can see right there between the two uses, Idaho Ice World's at the bottom of this aerial. We're proposing that be a dedicated access. And again, we've designed a nice linear open space there that is quite large. And then maintaining, you can see that little jog at the east side, that maintains that access around there. That drive aisle actually encroaches onto private property off of the city's property. Here's an example of what the Kenworth building looks like. This is an existing building in the Vegas area. And this is that landscape buffer for Ice World that is proposed. So a nice block wall with some themed silhouettes on it that represents, if you've been out to the Ice World, they have similar features like this on that building. Can I just finish?
You can continue. We have discretion. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. And then here's that integrated plan where the access, and this is just in concept review right now, but it has been submitted to the city. So you can see that this is a fuel center for Maverick. And at the southern portion of that site is for trucks, for commercial vehicles. And those would then be compatible with the Kenworth use. And then on the north side of that would be passenger vehicles and a quick serve restaurant. So a convenience store, fuel, and quick serve restaurant. This I just wanted to show you real quickly. As you saw on that aerial, there aren't a ton of landscaping along the frontage. We're confident that the design issues that staff's brought up in the staff report can be resolved during the design review process. Here's one of those. We've highlighted the existing trees that will remain, and these are the larger mature trees that are currently on the site. Those will remain. And then there was some discussion about the landscaping frontage. And what I'm showing you here is existing conditions have a curb and a sidewalk, attached sidewalk, and then a large landscape buffer. The required landscape buffer for the redevelopment is 10 feet is all. Our design has between 50 to 100 feet of landscape buffer along that frontage. We are fine separating the sidewalk. We will detach that sidewalk. But right now we have curb, 5 feet of sidewalk, 10 feet of utility easement, and then the landscaping. And if we detach the sidewalk, then you have those trees needing to go where that existing utility easement is. So we need to work with the utility companies on that. It may be possible for the health of the trees. It's better for them if they're off of there. But again, these are details that we'll get into with the design review process. And, and just to tell you, the conflicts that are in that easement are sewer, natural gas, underground power, and fiber optic are in that easement, which is why those trees were left out of that area. Since we're out of time, I was going to turn it back over to Jeff, if that's okay. Otherwise, we can,
You're good, Jeff? Okay. So
okay,
it sounds like we're okay.
okay.
All right,
Well, we
great.
appreciate your time, and we respectfully request your approval tonight.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Thompson. I'm sure we'll have some questions momentarily. Okay, let's turn our attention to the neighborhood association is, I think it's the South Eisenman Neighborhood Association. Linda, is it Puccinelli in attendance or online? I don't see online. Looks like maybe nobody here either. Going once. Sure here. Nope. Okay. Well, with that, then we'll go ahead and turn it over to the commission for any questions at this time.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Gillespie.
So I'm going to be referring to page 114, 115 of the packet page. My first question is for the city and then for Mr. Wardle. So on the approval criteria for conditional use permit, the staff report talks about the first item is the location is compatible to other uses in the general neighborhood. Staff report concludes that it is not. And then in particular, I wanted to ask about the third sentence, Delaney. The third sentence in that paragraph says the purpose of the C4D planned commercial design review zone within which the adjacent parcel to the south and the majority of the subject part are located. The purpose of the C4D zone is to promote imaginative, innovative, and comprehensive planned commercial developments. Is that language taken from the legacy code, or is that the city's current interpretation of the C4D zone?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, that language is taken from code. The purpose statement and the standards for the C4 zone are shown on this slide.
Can we hold on just a second while I read those? So I get, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Gillespie.
So my next questions for you, Mr. Wardle. So the code says BC 11.4.5.1. The code basically says that, So is it your view that this commission should try to make a finding as to whether this proposed development fits that definition that is at the top of the screen? Am I applying the definition correctly and testing whether this development meets that planned commercial C4 district goal, which is to promote, et cetera, et cetera?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Gillespie, obviously, we know what the first clause there says. It says to promote imaginative, innovative, comprehensive planned commercial developments. It does not say retail developments. It does not say mixed use developments. It says commercial. So then we look at what your code actually authorizes. And if we want to go back to the table, we can. But there are a plethora of automotive focused uses that we've identified as appropriate commercial zones for purposes of appropriate uses within the C4 zone with a conditional use permit. And then that leads us to, why do we do conditional use permits? And that's what we find in the next standard, which is to promote integrated site planning and minimize access points. That's why we have the C4 zone. When we look at the fact that the C4 zone has been utilized less than 25% of the time citywide when it's been done for the type of retail development that staff intimates is mandated by those first few words of subsection E, I would posit that it's a stretch, because we have permitted automobile dealerships via a C4. We have permitted gas stations pursuant to a C4. We have permitted automotive uses pursuant to a C4 that are integrated and minimize the access with conditional uses.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Gillespie.
Mr. Worrell, but you would accept that we get to look at this one with a fresh look. We're not bound. Those earlier permits don't create a precedent for this commission tonight.
Well, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Gillespie, I recognize and acknowledge that we're always struggling with precedent. But we know the case law in Idaho says that as municipalities interpret their own ordinances, they've got to be consistent.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Seha.
I am going to ask that we go back to that table that has the uses, because I thought I saw something at the bottom.
The old use table.
It's at the top.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, at the bottom of the table, of
No.
the top, one of the top slides. I apologize.
There we go. Oh. Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Hold on. His question?
I have a question, but
Okay,
I'm going
please.
to hold off. I'm
Okay,
gonna hold off
Commissioner
until-
Gillespie.
Okay, I'll jump in. Mr. Wardle, so on this, so we're at heavy machinery, trailer and equipment sales or rental? Is that where we are?
Well, we are not.
Or are we at
Uh,
service station?
We're at, so to provide some background here for those of you that aren't necessarily, the issue that we have and that we see, and why did we not wait to just go under the legacy code, was that use right there, heavy machinery, trailer, equipment sales and rental lot, was undefined in the legacy code. There weren't standards related to that. In the new code, it is. So that's why early on, we went and visited with staff, because we know that if this were an I-2, we're still here for a conditional use, an I-1, we're still here for a conditional use permit, but that issue was posed. And it's like, well, we would have rezoned. We started work on this almost a year ago. We would have rezoned to a C3 across the entire site had staff told us to. We would have introduced a comp plan amendment to change the land use designation from commercial to something that was consistent with what's immediately around there. But staff told us we were fine pursuing a conditional use permit based upon the C4 language for motor vehicle repair, minor and major, service station, parking lot, offsite accessory, and automobile sales lot surface. So In the new code, we have defined it. There is separate language for large vehicles versus small vehicles, but it was not defined. And in reliance upon staff's direction, that's why we sought a CUP.
Mr. Chairman, just to
Commissioner
follow
Busby,
up.
go ahead.
So is this table the new code or the old code?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, that is from the Legacy Zoning Code.
So the legacy zoning code has heavy machinery, trailer and equipment sales or rental lot. And then my understanding of how that table works is if it's blank, the use is not permitted.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, that's correct.
Mr. Chairman, question for
Gillespie.
Delaney. So is it true that the city said, well, to the applicant that, okay, this isn't really heavy machinery, trailer or equipment sales or rental, it's instead a smattering of the other? Did we in fact ask them to put in a CUP for this particular application?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, because that use was not defined in code in a way that we could distinguish it clearly from, automotive sales. Does that only include passenger vehicles or does that extend to semi-trucks? We did say that we would interpret the proposed uses as being automotive sales and service.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Moore, I see your hand up.
Thank you. And sorry about the video stuff earlier. So I think the main question that I have is probably for the applicant and to tag on to, some of these precedent projects that were provided in the late correspondence. I think scrolling through a lot of those include a couple of kind of key pieces with maybe one or two exceptions. They kind of include a drive-through coffee shop, a fitness facility, a C-store, a drive-through bank. So, I mean, yeah, a lot of automotive uses, but I think that from what I understand, the program of this particular project contrasted with the programs of these other kind of precedent projects would be, you've got kind of some more public interacting, and I think more general public interacting as opposed to, very specific public interacting programs. And so I'm just kind of curious what your thoughts are on, how this program that we're looking at for this application compares to some of the programs that we are seeing in those precedent images.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Moore, I appreciate the work that staff has done, but staff in interpreting the code does not get to insert language and standards that are not found in the code and not supported and required under the Blueprint Boise. When we think about those other C4 uses, the objection that staff articulated to us was that, well, this is an automotive-oriented use. It is an auto-oriented, it's a vehicular-oriented. That's not consistent with the C4. It was only then when we get the staff report that we have this notion that the use has to support and serve the general public. That language is not in the CU text. We obviously have amended the CU text to have a test for the public benefit, but that's not there. And there is nothing in the C4 zone that requires that type of mix of use. If you wanted more uses, then you would have to have a maximum parcel size and prohibit that. And then the last element is, yes, we're under the former code, but let's not lose sight of the fact that this is an airport impact area B, that under your new code, you have not only set forth uses that are prohibited, but you've taken those concepts as to what you want to do to protect that planning area. And when we look at Blueprint Boise is very specific in the airport planning area that the goal is to protect airport operations and protect the investment that we've made in industrial uses. The airport planning area does not contemplate nor require this type of mixed use retail, which has failed because there were restaurants at the outlet mall. There were retail uses. There were office uses. We've had them for 30 years. It has not succeeded for a variety of reasons. So Commissioner Moore, to answer your question, I disagree that the C4 zone requires a mix of uses that are pedestrian friendly and encouraging to the neighborhood. You look at what the permitted uses are and what the conditions for a conditional use permit are, and it contemplates a variety of commercial uses. And if you don't think our design is good enough, then we still have to go through design review. We can address those elements there if it's not imaginative enough or creative enough. But that's not the test that staff's asking you to impose. Staff is asking you to impose a test for a conditional use permit that is not articulated in your ordinance and is not supported by subsection F.
Sure thing. I'm going to ask a couple questions. Sabrina, can you tell me a little bit, the applicant has cited what they believe to be a number of examples that they feel fit within the C4 zone that are comparable to what they're proposing. In our staff report, and as we've been discussing this evening, this concept of imaginative and innovative continues to be in discussion. I'm curious, can we cite any other types of examples around our city that would fit that kind of bill? I mean, I'm putting you under the gun here. I apologize, but I mean, that's a pretty bold statement and question that we want to answer here. So we have sort of this one side. I'm wondering if we can have any perspective on the other. Anything that comes to mind?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Danley, none that come to mind, but when looking at this specific site, staff was very cognizant of the fact that this is adjacent to a priority corridor. It's within the radius of a regional activity center. We do have, higher expectations for a property like this that is going to be a gateway to our city.
Okay. And as a follow-up, I'm curious, the water tower that's out there, the height of that water tower, is it similar to I guess it's lower than the limit, which I think is 45 feet out there. Is that accurate roughly?
Mr. Chair, I believe so.
Okay, so this site is permitted to build up to 45 feet. My last question is, are you aware of any market reports that have been done of this site? We know it's a prominent, one, it's on our gateway. I'm curious, has there been any efforts to look at this that's been in the news and so forth, but thoughts on that?
Mr. Chair, not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Are there any other questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Gillespie.
So I'd like to get the city's guidance. So I understand that this is it's in close proximity to an activity center. And we've struggled with this from time to time as to how restrictive or prescriptive that designation is in terms of how it affects surrounding development. This one I'm struggling with because normally we think of an activity center, we like to see mixed use. We like to see residential uses, commercial uses, light industrial uses to try and integrate the work, live, play system in these activity centers. But as I understand it, this activity center is in an airport overlay, which really discourages residential use. Is that correct? That the airport overlay would prevent us from permitting large apartment or any new residential uses? Is that fair?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, that's correct. No residential uses could be allowed in the airport influence area B.
So I'm struggling, particularly in section 5 of your report, which is on packet page 115. So this is the comprehensive plan language around, complying with activity centers and a lot of that language in the comp plan that you're citing talks about is like bound crossing kind of language, like mixed use with residential. And yet here we can't really do that. So I'm kind of sensitive to the applicant's argument that because of the airport and because of some very real specific conditions, that these comp plan parts aren't really applicable. What's your thinking about that, and what do you think the comp plan does want you to put there?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I have a slide that shows allowed and conditionally allowed uses in the C3 and C4 zones that's showing now. So as you can see, even without residential uses, there is opportunity for a wide range of different commercial, retail, light industrial uses to occur on this site. So a mix of any of those could be appropriate and would be able to, attract customers that would be similar and compatible with the Idaho Ice World facility to the south. Also may not include the type of, heavy truck traffic that has potential to be in conflict with the passenger vehicles coming in and out of the Ice World facility.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
From above. Commissioner Moore, and then we'll come to Commissioner Seha.
So I think to tag on to Commissioner Gillespie's question, because I think I know kind of where he's getting at. And I think for me, this activities, I was a little bit surprised to find that there was an activity center here because of the airport overlay. And I mean, it makes sense with Micron and whatnot being over there. But I guess, and I don't know if this is exactly where Commissioner Gillespie was going, but where does the city kind of envision the people coming from with basically, I guess, essentially that whole side of 84 in that airport overlay zone? Where is the city kind of envisioning that the kind of people who are part of this activity center are coming from? Where are they living? That sort of thing. Because I think my understanding of activity center is it's a balance between higher density population close to services, and that's kind of the balance of the activity center. But if we don't have the population, where are they coming from, I guess, in the city's mind?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, on this slide, you can see a land use map of the larger region in the southeast and airport planning areas. As you can see, this site is located in, one of the only commercial zoned and land use areas in this area. So we would anticipate, customers for that area coming from the residential to the northeast, as well as coming from the Micron facility that's located nearby to the southwest, and the other, employment uses that are in the area.
Okay. And then, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Commissioner Moore.
I think, that's kind of part one of that. And then part two of that is, typically we're looking at, commercial adjacent to industrial being a buffer. But on one side, it's a buffer between the industrial, and then on the other side, it has to serve as a piece of this activity center. And, with the airport overlay zone, I think, those mix of uses that were shown that are still allowed in the airport overlay, kind of provide some flexibility on the one hand, but on the other hand, for a lot of those smaller retail, I could see that it's a little bit more difficult to cross 84 for some of those smaller scale services. I know there's in Albertson's kind of been some of that residential, kind of right below that park's open space, that red side on the other side of 84. And so I don't know if the city's got some plans for improving the crossing to 84 or over 84 or anything like that to try to get, make it easier for people to get over there.
I think that was a
Mr.
question.
Chair, Commissioner, none that I am aware of at this time.
Thank you.
So no real availability on that, Commissioner Moore. I would just add, I think the question that you asked with respect to housing, I would remind us that there is an apartment complex that's almost done. That is on the other side of the road that we approved a year ago. That was under construction. I know we had an application where under the word planned community, and where community was, that was one that we heard, but because of a conflicting road issue, that wasn't approved ultimately. And I do believe there's a big planned community on the county line with Elmore County that was approved. I think it's 2,000-ish homes, if I'm not mistaken. So just a little bit more information there. Commissioner Seha, you had a question.
I did. I had a couple of questions. This is an interesting application. So, in reading through the application, I had some comments on one, were tenants notified of the neighborhood meeting?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Seha, we did the neighborhood meeting consistent with the requirements that were had. I was not present. Yes, I'm being told that they were.
How many trucks will be entering and exiting the site a day?
I'm going to have to allow Mr. Fredway to, or member of his team, Bill, do you? Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Seha, my clients say that currently their operations have about 20 trucks enter a day, plus then obviously there's their employee trips.
And that's with the current setup. And
Correct.
this proposal is going to be much larger, three
That is
times, I
three
think is what
times,
this.
correct.
So 60? Okay. And then the application indicated you would be employing about 90
Correct.
people. So the family-owned presenter indicated that we currently have, or you currently have 88 people working. So then by increasing, relocating to a new location, in terms of new employment, it's only going to net 2 additional staff members.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Seha, I got to defer to my client as to what their growth plans are.
We're hopeful that it would double.
Okay.
Business.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Commissioner, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner
Commissioner Seha.
Gillespie, did you say something?
No.
Okay.
Sorry, excuse me.
You showed a map of a Maverick fueling station. And so I don't recall reading anything about anticipated construction.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Seha, the Maverick application has been submitted to the city. It will, under the new zone in code, and it will, we believe, just require design review, and staff is doing it. So we are not constructing anything yet. We have a significant amount of permitting that has to go forward with both that application and this one.
Thank you. And I have one last item. You know, as I read through the application, you did mention the mobile home park. You described the distance by feet. I describe it by mileage, and that's approximately a mile southwest from the location. And you indicated that, you're acknowledging the presence and did not anticipate any impact. But as I looked at the application, curious about the number of semis that would be moving in and out, curious if you would be providing a fueling station on site, or if there was any closer fueling station, because the closest fueling station at this point is the Stinker station off of Eisenman that has a lot of room for semis, and it has showers, and it also has a folks can grab something to eat. And so while the mobile home park is approximately a mile away, it is right next to Eisenman. And so if trucks are moving south to refuel at the Stinker station, it is a cumulative impact, and this is more of a comment. When we're looking at these things, it is a cumulative impact. If we know anything about semis, they're much louder in noise. So,
Do you have a question specific to your comment?
If I can respond to that,
Go ahead.
Commissioner Seha, I would point out that we have an agreement with Maverick where we will be constructing a fueling location at Gowan and Eisman, and there is one at Eisman and in the south. The reality is the Blue Meadows Mobile Home Park is problematic. And I can say that as someone whose grandfather lived in that mobile home park. as someone who has probably spent more nights in a mobile home in that mobile home park than anybody that's reviewed this application, we're sensitive to it. So I do take any umbrage to the fact that we have a community problem here. We have an urban renewal district that we ought to be addressing this for, that we ought to be addressing that and relocating it like we have. But the problem is we have a zoning code that says this is the industrial area. We have a city that has entered into agreements with developers to develop industrial in this area. So what do we have to do? We have to serve the uses that the city says it wants. And that's what we're trying to do. So I take exception with any claim that we are not adequately sensitive to Blue Meadows. If the city had done the right thing when the other applications come through, it would have had a plan with its urban renewal plan to mitigate that impact and not allow the owner of that to free ride on the backs of its residents to mitigate the problems.
Thank you, Mr. Wordle, for answering my questions. And that last bit was more of a comment. So thank you.
Okay, I got one last question. You over here? Okay. Sabrina, I want to talk a little briefly about compatibility. That was another major theme in the staff report. So we have our city-owned recreational outlet next to a proposed dealership that I believe also is potentially providing some degree of mechanic type of treatments as well. The gist of the argument with incompatibility, I mean, is essentially it's auto-centric type of thing, you know, the truck issue, idling truck, that sort of thing, next to a recreational site. Can you kind of touch on that and expand if I'm missing something? Give me a little frame of a reference here on that.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I think those items that you noted are correct from, staff's perspective. I think also considering the shared access point that currently exists between those two sites that would need to be closed in order to separate the pedestrian vehicle traffic from the semi-truck traffic in order to preserve safety. That level of mitigation that's being provided between the uses, in staff's opinion, demonstrates that these two uses aren't, as compatible as we would expect in the C4 zone that's supposed to have integrated site planning between the entire zone.
Okay, thank you. And to the applicant, and I think Mr. Wardle, this might be to your company rep. I'm curious, I have no idea, I've never bought a semi truck in my life. I don't know how many people here have. But during the process, you have people coming in, I'm assuming firing up the engine, it's idling roughly, 10, 15 minutes we talked, maybe longer. Can you give us a little sense of that process? I'm curious about the air quality issue as well with respect to a recreational use right next door, in addition to the residential, element that's down the street. That's maybe an issue, but nevertheless, it's here. So can you talk to me a little bit about that? How many hours a day are we talking about trucks idling on your site, roughly?
The truth is that the vast majority of the truck purchases are from large fleets, so the driver is not the buyer, and so the delivery takes place at the buyer's place of business. The delivery is not on our site; it's at the customer's site. So, the other question is, how many hours would an engine be idling?
Yeah, I'm trying to get a general sense of the cumulative effect throughout a day when people were coming in and out of a recreational site. The argument made by staff is it's incompatible because of these two drastically different uses. And I think that's one of the discussions, the air quality, fairly close in proximity. So I'm just trying to get a sense of what that looks like.
Sure. Minimal idling, actually, because there's two considerations. One is, over the course of the last 20 years, federal emissions requirements have come down, the requirements, the levels, the ozone, the particulate matters, et cetera. So we're prohibited from idling those engines for any longer than we necessarily have to. And so it would be a typical repair job when the truck comes in and it's with us for 3 days. It doesn't come and go. It might be idle all of an hour.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate that. Commissioner Moore, I see your hand up.
Thank you. Just a couple more questions. So I think the first one is for the applicant, and then I have a question for staff as well. So for the applicant, one of the things that's really standing out to me, I think, is just this imaginative use issue at the base of the C4 zone. And so I'm looking at the program and the kind of the floor plans and site plans provided in our packet, and specifically looking at like page 27. But it's kind of throughout the document. There's a night drop off area. What exactly is that drop off area?
Mr. Chairman, that's an operations question, so I'm going to ask my client to come back up.
Night drop.
The night drop.
It's where they put the deposits.
Okay, so the night drop-off is for our customers who arrive at 2 in the morning, are trying to deliver a load of oranges. They're from Michigan, they're not locals. They need a place to be off the road.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Moore.
So a follow-up to that. So do you anticipate, people kind of, or, trucks being there kind of semi-overnight or overnight on that facility, being occupied by people on that facility?
For at most a few hours. Again, if they're traveling through, it might come in at 2 a.m. and we would then open at 7 a.m. and take it in. It'd be off that location.
Understood. So, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Moore.
And so part of the other portion of the program was to provide, I think, restrooms and laundry facilities. So I think, from my understanding, this program includes not only a sales component and a maintenance component, but it has some amenities for drivers and people coming in either to get their truck serviced or otherwise. Is that kind of generally correct?
If I think I understand the question, what are the other traffic impacts? Who are coming and going?
No, it's what are the other amenities provided to the drivers that are coming into the site?
We are not providing showers. We're not providing hotel rooms. We're not providing fuel. We're not providing a restaurant.
Yeah, to be clear, I mean, Commissioner Moore, Jeff Wardle again, it's my understanding that those facilities that are designed there are for the use of our employees and to address the needs of our employees, for our employees to launder uniforms and launder shop cloths and things like that.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Understood. And then, so, Mr. Chair, one more question.
Go ahead, Commissioner Moore.
And so I think part one is for the applicant, part two is for staff. So for the applicant, I guess, what are the typical hours of operation for this facility? It sounds like it opens at 7 a.m. What are the typical hours for closing? And then for staff, what are the typical hours for the Ice World?
Typical hours, 7 a.m. till midnight, Monday through Friday, and then 8 a.m. till 4 p.m. on Saturday.
We're looking.
Hold tight.
We're looking. IdahoIceWorld.com.
It's where Commissioner Gillespie perfects his double axles, right?
Yes.
Okay, just
Exactly.
making sure.
Work on my slap shop. It's got to be like pretty late at night because they have all those hockey events and
Okay. Mr. Chair, Commissioners, it looks like their typical hours of operation range between 6 a.m. and 9 p.m.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Torres.
I have a quick question.
Go for it.
You had mentioned right now, we're looking at potentially 60 to 80 trucks on a typical day, up from about 20 now. Is there a possibility that some days it could be 100, 120? How much variation do you expect to see in that truckload? Thank you.
I don't see a lot of variation above that limit. Again, a truck, when it comes in, sits with us for 3 days and we won't have the space.
Thank you.
All right. We good on questions, gang? Okay, thank you. We will go ahead and turn our attention to public testimony. At this point, I believe I only have a couple of folks who are signed up in person and maybe one person online who wishes to testify. So let's start this off. I hope I'm going to get this right. Rhonda, is it Marker Hall? Is that correct? Yeah, please coming up. And when you do come up, please state your name and address for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes of your testimony. And then on deck, I believe, is Jerry Whitehead, just FYI. You can pull that microphone down a little bit. Great. Thank you so much.
Chairman and Commissioners, thank you. My name is Rhonda Marker Hall. I am the owner of the Jazzercise Boise franchise at the Boise Outlets Mall. And I'm speaking in opposition to the proposed development. I have previously provided the commission a written statement outlining my concerns for the small women's-owned business that should this project move forward. And I want to thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Great. Thank you so much. Appreciate your time. Jerry Whitehead, please come up. Same thing, name and address for the record. Thanks.
Jerry Whitehead, 12570 East Highway 21. And our business is located on Gowan Field, part of it on Gowan Field, part of it on Federal Way. We employ about 400 people. We manufacture semi-trailers and distribute them all over North America. Been in business for 50 years and a little over 50, almost 55 now. But I just want to take a common sense approach. I think everybody ought to drive out there and see what the traffic is on Gowan Road and how much truck traffic. You look at they're just building a 1 million square foot warehouse that its access will be on Gowan Road. And you've got FedEx out there, you've got Amazon, and you just can't believe the traffic on Gowan Road. The other thing you got is out on Pleasant Valley, all the gravel supply for this valley is out there. You got dump trucks bumper to bumper during construction season. And to me, the trucks will fit right in the trailers. It's the automobiles I would worry about going into a place like where the old shopping center was. And there's a reason it's not there. People just don't go there. So I would suggest you take a look at what kind of traffic's out there, what's happening, and trucks are compatible with trucks. Very compatible. So guess that's all I got to say unless somebody's got questions.
Great. Thank you so much for your
You
time.
bet.
Appreciate you being here. Is there anybody else in the chambers who did not sign up but does wish to testify here this evening? I have a few hands. Okay, I'm going to have a batting order. Could you go ahead and come up here, sir? And then number 2 and number 3. And I do see you, Bruce, online. We'll get to you.
I thought I signed up. My name is Mike Adler. My company is Adler Industrial, and I live at 1210 North 17th Street, Boise. And I'm here to talk about the project. I'm listening to the staff report and the comments, and everything's very good. But, you know, the staff report indicates a strong need for relationship with surrounding uses. On the south side of the freeway, almost all of the uses are industrial uses, with the exception of Ice World. And in other cities, skating rinks are often in industrial parks or in industrial areas. It's not uncommon. And there's really, you know, it's a self-supportive destination rather than something that relies on retail next door. And obviously, it doesn't rely on the retail next door because that center has never performed well. In fact, it probably, you know, it's if we're trying to have a, you know, a retail-oriented or commercial-oriented use for this property, it's, you know, it's been proven not to work. You know, there are no residences, or not none, but there's hardly any residences on the south side of the freeway. It's mostly industrial, it's mostly truck traffic. And I think that the current use that's proposed is very compatible. I'm surprised that the city of Boise staff is not in support of this project. It's fiscally fiscally solid, meaning it will likely stay in business over there. It's a feasible project for the outlet mall site. Years have gone by trying to make this property work for retail and commercial, and it just has not. And I mean, it would be great, you know, I own a lot of the industrial buildings in that area, and I would love for better restaurants, better retail, better commercial on that site and in that area. But I've realized it's not going to happen. We really need, you know, those type of uses need to be closer to residential uses, which don't exist on that side of the freeway. And as far as compatibility, the neighborhood, you know, is mostly industrial, as the last person who spoke mentioned. There's another developer who's building a 1 million square foot building out there that's going to have a huge amount of truck traffic. And so is that really going to be compatible with more retail in this area? I don't think it is. I think that, you know, this proposed use that Kenworth Trucking wants to do, it's very conducive for the area. It is a quasi-commercial commercial/industrial type of use. They're a very good quality manufacturer. It's not like they're selling junk trucks. They're one of the highest quality truck manufacturers. So the users that are going to be coming in and out, they're not, you know, schlocky, you know, trucking operations. These are high quality.
Great. I'm going to have to pause you there. You're out of time.
Okay.
But I do appreciate you coming out and testifying tonight. So thank you very much.
And I did want to say I am in support of the project.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Sir, you're in the front row, and then in the back, if you wouldn't mind. You can come up now and just perfect. Name and address. for the
Lou
record.
McGurdio, been out in the area, our family almost 100 years. Do a lot of business with Boise Kenworth, very, very reputable company. I think it's the right location for this company. I mean, you're talking industrial area here. You got 2 interchanges out there, Eisman and one by the water tower for these trucks to come in and out of. I mean, I don't know where else you would put a facility like that across the valley, up on this east end of the valley. That is the place for Boise Kenworth to be. I buy a lot of parts in Boise Kenworth, run a lot of Kenworth trucks. Telling you, it's just common sense to put that out there and let this company do what they need to do to provide jobs for the valley and to maintain these trucks. And these newer trucks, I don't know if you're all aware, are very strict when it comes to emissions. And I'm going to tell you what, here again, got to use some common sense here. That is the place for Boise Kenworth. I've seen that evolve out there. Like everybody said, the retail doesn't work. It's an industrial area. That's what Boise Blueprint wants out there. I mean, it's simple as that.
Awesome. Thank you. Appreciate your testimony. I think the gentleman in the suit. Yep. Go ahead. Sir, in the front row, did you also want to testify? Okay, you can come up after. Great. Thank you. And we still have a couple people online we want to get to. Name and address for the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is David Murphy. I'm a local attorney here, 129 East Pine Avenue. And I represent Trinity Learning Center. It's a tenant in the building. We've been there since October 18. We support approximately 140 families with their children, 13 special needs children, and 41 employees in their family in that center. Our lease was initiated in, like I said, October of 2018, and our initial term does not expire until May 31st, 2030. So we have 6 years remaining on our main lease. In addition, in that lease, which was in place when Wally Investments and Gardner bought the property, there's 3 tenant-issued extensions for 5 years. So 15 years on top of the 6. So arguably, we have 21 years of rights left in this space. Again, Wally Investments purchased the property in 2021, 3 years after our lease was in place in this, and they took over the property fully aware of our rights as tenants in the property. We have met with Wally and Gardner, and they're nice people. And we've tried to work out situations with them, but it hasn't been able to come to an economic resolution. And essentially, the position is we're not going to survive the construction, and that they'll move forward with it. So I'm here to please put on the record for the commission, Trinity would like to express their property rights in the leased premises, which include but are not limited to unobstructed access to their facility by their employees and their families. The use of quiet enjoyment on the leased premises. The right of our property. We request that this panel consider this in the application in front of you, that we have our rights and that we wish to have those heard and seen in the public. The present plan puts the construction directly in front of our operations. And as you heard from the applicant today, they intend to demolish everything. So I would imagine there's probably still a few years before construction could commence, but it would certainly commence before May of 2030 or the 15 years thereafter. That's all I have to say to the commission. Thank you very much for your time.
Appreciate it. Thank you, sir. You want to go ahead?
Todd Myers, 185 South State Street, Salt Lake City. I'm an employee of Maverick Incorporated. And as it was earlier mentioned, Maverick is under contract to build a new store just on the lots immediately north and working towards the intersection there. The store would be very similar to what we have at Victory and Cole, where we would have fueling operations both for pedestrian vehicles and also for commercial, such as semis. Ideally, we like to separate our two traffics to make it so that it's a little bit safer. And with working with the applicant, we've been able to come up with a plan where we're able to do so. One access just committed for pedestrian, and then the other access for our semis is shared with theirs. And as they've mentioned, they have about 60 semis a day, which divided over the course of a workday, we can easily coexist on that access. We also do not see a whole lot of commercial traffic compared to, say, a truck stop. A truck stop would have lounges and showers, overnight parking, long-term idling. And at a convenience store, what we have is a pedestrian vehicle is going to be there roughly 7 minutes, and a commercial truck is going to be there roughly 20 minutes. And so they're going to fill up, they're going to run in, we hope, grab something to eat, and they're back on the road. Maverick is in 20 different states now. And the model that we've really been pushing for is getting by the interstate and also being in industrial areas. Those are basically our formula for success. This area has both of those things there. And then when you figure in the airport overlay and the probably not going to have residential in the area, it's probably going to continue to develop more as industrial, not only on these properties, but as it expands to any of the remaining vacant properties, that these are the type of uses that we'll see there. And so I just wanted to come show our support for this application. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, I'm going to turn our attention to the folks who have their hand up online. First we have is Bruce Mastorovich. Bruce, are you online? Can you join us?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can. If you can just state your name and address for the record, please.
Great. My name is Bruce Mastorovich. I live at 450 West Grove Street. So I live downtown, but I work right across the street from this project on Eisenman Road. I saw in Mr. Wardle's testimony earlier, there were many green dots for buildings that were flagged as warehouses. But I work in an office building that has a small warehouse. Like there's 200 employees, maybe 80% of the space is dedicated to office space. You wouldn't call a house a garage just because it has one. And I've worked in a couple of buildings like this, always kind of in an engineering role, supporting Micron as one of the contractors. There are a lot of those buildings around here. I like to bike to work. I do take the Federal Way bike path down here, and the scariest part of my ride is coming underneath the highway to get across to Eisenman, and then to get across again when I go to Micron. I know we're building another bike path to connect Eisenman to Federal Way, kind of behind Burger King and along the railroad tracks. As Commissioner Danley mentioned, there are new apartments going up behind Albertsons, looks like quite a few. I think that just saying that we didn't have a lot of foot traffic, or we didn't have a lot of residential or commercial interest here in the past, is not going to hold up in a couple of years when Micron expands and we have these new apartments built and we have this new bike path built. I noticed that later in today's meeting, there is some housing being developed to the west of this, which could also be funneling, and I know it's several miles, but we could be funneling more traffic west to east and east to west, kind of. I assume some of those like 3,000 or so planned homes are going to support Micron workers. I kind of have mixed feelings about this project, but obviously there are worse places to place a truck stop. But I don't feel like we're being completely honest about what the area is. A lot of the things we're calling warehouses are more office than anything else. That's it.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Mistorovich. Next up is Stephen Brown. You hear us, Stephen?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead and state your name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
I think my name is Steve Brown, and I live at 7871 South Desert Ridge Avenue here in Boise. And I'm here today to express my strong opposition to the proposed conditional use permit for the truck dealership at this factory outlet site. As we know, Boise stands at a pivotal moment with its future growth and development at the forefront of our community's concerns. It's imperative that our decisions reflect a commitment to preserving the character and values of our city. Granting this permit would set a precedent that prioritizes short-term commercial interests over long-term community benefits. Our city's zoning laws, as was implicitly discussed quite a bit earlier, are designed not just to regulate land use, but to ensure development aligns with the broader vision we hold for Boise. The current zoning allows for a variety of uses that can enhance our community's cultural, educational, and environmental landscape. It's crucial we explore these options thoroughly, and this is especially true for this Boise Gateway site. One such option that I'm deeply passionate about is the development of a science museum on this site. The concept's not the focus of tonight's decision, but serves as a potent example of the innovative, imaginative, and community-centric possibilities that align with the site's current zone and remain compatible with the Idaho Ice World. A science museum, like the Discovery Center, would provide an invaluable resource for education and engagement, inspiring current and future generations while supporting Boise's growth as a hub of innovation and learning. I urge the Commission to consider the long-term implications of the choices we make today. Let's uphold the principles that guide our zoning laws by rejecting the conditional use permit for the truck dealership. In doing so, we keep the door open for projects like the Science Museum, projects that promise to enrich our community and embody the spirit of Boise. Thank you for your time and considering my opposition to the conditional use permit.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. And I don't see anybody else online who wishes to testify at this point. I don't see any hands up. Is there anybody else in the chambers, last call, who has not had the opportunity and would like to testify here tonight? Okay, seeing none in house and none online, we're going to go ahead and move to rebuttal. So, Mr. Wardle, you know the drill.
Can we pull our slides back up? Mr. Chairman, members of Commission, Jeff Wardle, address 251 East Front, Suite 310. I think what's important as we think about this is exactly what Commissioner Gillespie pointed out, that when we talk about activity areas and what it says in our code, there's nothing that talks about in proximity to that, and staff concedes that the activity center is actually over here at Federal Way in Gowan. Now, we've heard a lot of discussion about, well, wouldn't it be nice if we had other alternative uses that encourage that? But the reality is, contrary to one of your last people who testified, this is the commercial node that is in an island of industrial. That everything else, with the exception of the Burger King right here and the little bit right here, everything that's at the interchange in all of this area is zoned industrial. In fact, when you look at the text of Blueprint Boise talking about the activity center, it highlights the fact that the Micron Activity Center is an industrial activity center. There's a reason that we've identified the Highway 21 corridor as an area for a future planned community, because that's where you can have residential. That's where we can have the intensity of uses. That's where we can have the mix of those uses. But I would posit that sometimes we have to look at activity centers and what is the purpose of an activity center? An activity center is designed to serve and benefit those that are already in the vicinity so that we can minimize trips, that it's a core area that we focus on. Well, the reason we're coming forward with this application is this activity center is an industrial activity center. The reality is that we have retail that has succeeded over here. The reality is that even with past Micron growth, we have not seen the outlet mall flourish. Why? Because this is all zoned industrial. Now, proximity is not the test, and compatibility with a user immediately next to us, those are not the tests that are in the ordinance. In fact, contrary to staff's assertion about the incompatibility of the commercial use that we propose with this conditional use permit, throughout this valley, there are half a dozen activity recreational facilities that we have designed and approved through design review and through zoning that are immediately adjacent to industrial and truck intensive uses. The new Idaho Central Aquatic Center is behind a truck stop in the middle of an industrial park that has a variety of distribution facilities. Stacy Dragila's high jump facility is in a light industrial area behind a service and repair facility for recreational vehicles. Jump Time, Planet Kid, Flow Aquatics, Bodies in Motion are all recreational uses that exist in close proximity, if not immediately adjacent to, and industrial parks. Now, proximity is not the test. The reality is the test is consistency with the general neighborhood. And the reality is, had we known of staff's objections, I would have been in front of you with a comp plan amendment a year ago when we started working on this, because there is adequate places for commercial development in the planned community area over here that will serve it. Early in my career, I was fortunate to work for one of do the outside legal work for one of the largest retailers that we've had in this community, doing their real estate acquisition and development work all over the Western United States. And I learned an awful lot from the real estate managers that I worked for. In fact, that was probably far more useful than 3 years worth of law school for what I'm doing professionally. And I learned why we were relocating grocery stores from one side of an interchange to the other. It was because physical barriers stop retail and prevent retail, and we've seen that example here. Now, there have been countless comments in the social media about what people would like to see here and what they think would be here. No, we evaluated from the very beginning the possibility of mixed-use development here. And I informed Gardner Company that I would not take that suicide mission because I have had enough applications that are in A and B1 or C and B1 zones that we knew that you can't do multifamily there. Therefore, this is an appropriate conditional use. We request that you disregard staff's recommendation of denial and you come back in 2 weeks with conditions of approval approving this project.
Thank you, Mr. Wardle. Okay, the item is before the commission. This concludes the public testimony portion. So we need a motion, CUP 23-76, and it's up to us at this point. Any motions? She's smiling. I think she heard you. And as a reminder, the chair can't make a motion, so.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Moore.
All right, I'll take this one at least just for some discussion.
Perfect.
So I move that we deny the letters in front of me, that we deny CUP 23-76 for the terms and or for the reasons stated in the staff report.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Moore to deny the application. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Commissioner Seha was the second. Discussion, Commissioner Moore?
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
So I think this is a lot for discussion. I really am interested in what my fellow commissioners' thoughts are on the application in front of us, and I'll kind of lay out where I'm at in this particular site. 100% understand the logic behind putting this project right here. I think as long as I've been in Boise, there's been, a handful of suites in that area occupied, and, retail is, it's been pretty quiet over there for as long as I can remember. So I think it does make sense, and you've got industrial zoned land nearby on the other side. It's in the airport overlay. I can see 100% the reasoning behind it, and it makes sense to me. The part that I'm struggling with on this particular application and why I'm leaning towards denial at this time is generally because it's still that base description of the C4 zone that I'm having a hard time getting past. And that kind of coupled with a lot of the precedents in our late correspondence shown by Clark Wardle, those precedents included, yes, they included automotive, and I think a lot of the cities kind of narrative is about, it only being automotive, but I think the base that I'm seeing in this particular application that is missing from those other C4 zones is kind of a combination between general public interfacing, even if it is automotive, like drive-throughs and things like that, or gyms. General public facing versus a more specific public facing. So there's, in those other applications, from what I'm seeing, for the vast majority, those are very much mixed, not necessarily mixed use, but they've got different people coming in there. It's not just a singular use, and it's not just a very specific portion of the population that would be using it. And so I think that makes sense to me. I think the other reason for my leaning towards denial for this one is because the hours of operation for this project and for Ice World are very similar. So you will all day, mostly every day, except for maybe Sunday, you have people coming, going both sites all day from 6, 7 a.m. until 8 or 9 p.m. and midnight. So there's that contingent of people coming in for these events, and then this particular operation. But that is balanced by the fact that this isn't, a truck stop. So it's not going to be as many trucks coming into this site, but it is still, there is some contention in those hours of operation. And I think for those reasons in particular, and the reasons stated in the staff report, I'm leaning towards now for this application.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Moore. Further discussion?
Mr. Chair, I don't have anything else to add. I am in agreement with Commissioner Moore. I will note that 26 years ago, I worked at the Welcome Home Shop at the Outlet Mall, back when it was a very busy place.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Gillespie.
So while I understand the motion, and to me it's a close call, I'll be opposing it. And the reason I'm opposed, the reasons are two. First of all, if we look at the approval criteria, I think that this use is compatible with other uses in the general neighborhood. I think that's, as one person said, that's kind of common sense, right? I also think that the plain language, that the C4D zone is to promote imaginative, innovative, and comprehensively planned commercial developments doesn't imply that it can't be a single use, a single development. It doesn't say mixed use. And our code is clear. When we want mixed use, we have mixed use, or certainly the old code was. And it's a tough issue. So I don't agree with staff's conclusion on the first criteria that the location is incompatible. I think it's compatible. The second issue is, the second reason I'm opposed to it is item 5 in the criteria, which is on packet page 115. The proposed use is in compliance with the comprehensive plan. We've discussed many, many times that the comprehensive plan is chock full of conflicting, overlapping, congruent ideas, and that as a standalone criteria, it can be difficult to apply. In this particular case, I'm deeply concerned and Frank, would not apply the activity center definition as sort of cited in the language of the staff report. I don't think it really applies in particular to this activity center because of the airport overlay. I would also point out that the comprehensive plan in many places discusses how important the airport is and essentially supporting the airport overlay. And I think that that is a real site-specific issue that we have to grapple with here, that it's going to be very difficult to put residential uses around this. And so some of the commercial uses proposed are just not at all going to be a good fit in this area. So I'm thinking of the slide that the city put up that showed all those uses. We've tried for years and years. Like, this parcel has basically been available for that kind of development for 20 years. And again, we're kind of running into the market is telling us something here. On balance, I think the use is consistent with the comprehensive plan for this area. And so for that reason, I'll be opposing the motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Gillespie. Any other comments, Commissioner Torres or Doan? Any thoughts there? Okay, I will weigh in on this. As a planner by trade, admittedly, I don't like this application personally because it flies in the face of a lot of things I personally believe. The issue is I can't insert my personal belief into this process, or otherwise I'd be being very subjective versus objective. When I look at this application, I see a center that has slowly declined year after year, decade after decade. I mentioned earlier the apartment complex on the other side of Federal Way. If my commissioners may recall, that was a rezone application. And it was a rezone application from commercial to residential, and that site next to Albertsons had been sitting vacant since the beginning of that site. And the market told us at that point that there wasn't an appetite, which kills me as a resident of this general part of the city. But nevertheless, here we are. And I don't necessarily agree that this is incompatible. I think that the applicant has cited a number of specific locations in our city, and I can think of more even than this, that do have this notion of recreational next to industrial. The hours of operation, that sort of argument. At the end of the day, I'm all for pedestrian activity sites. I don't see that this is that. And so I think everybody's getting in their car, frankly. And I don't like saying that, but it's true. To the daycare folks and the Jazzercise folks, man, I'm sorry to make this decision, because it's especially with respect to the daycare, because I know how hard that is. That's a difficult one. But the applicant has a right, the landowner has a right to go forth and to propose something. They've done that. I think that it does fit, generally speaking, with the zone. I think Commissioner Gillespie has made the point as well that while we want this innovative notion, sometimes we swing and miss, and sometimes the land use map and the concepts don't always come to fruition. And I agree that the market is screaming that this site is just not working for this, or for what was originally intended. So I think the also last point here is that the comprehensive plan is also riddled with economic development language in support of economic development. I think that trucking is clearly one thing that we all need. We all order stuff, we all buy stuff, and it does come in off of trucks. And the last thing is, I think the evidence is the urban renewal district itself is an attempt to stimulate this very vicinity, and specifically in the realm of industrial, because industrial jobs are a critical base. So for all of those reasons, I will be voting not in support of the motion. So any other discussion? Okay. The clerk, go ahead and call roll.
Danley,
No.
Moore,
Yes.
Gillespie,
No.
Seha,
Yes.
Torres,
No.
Doan,
No.
Okay, so 2-4, 4-2, motion fails.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Gillespie.
I move that we approve CUP 23-76, direct staff to bring revised findings back reflecting my comments on the comments on sections 1 and 5 of the approval criteria.
Okay, we have a motion to approve CUP 23-76. Is there a second? By Commissioner Gillespie, excuse me. Is there a second?
Second.
I believe that's Commissioner Torres. Any discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Gillespie.
I think we've pretty much licked this plate clean, as my grandma would say.
That's just because of the way you ate.
We're all from Alabama.
Fair enough. Okay, with no further discussion, would the clerk please call the roll?
Danley,
Yes.
Moore,
No.
Gillespie,
Yes.
Seha,
No.
Torres,
Yes.
Doan,
Yes.
4 in favor, 2 opposed, motion carries.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and take a 5-minute break, and we'll be back at, let's call it 7:50 or so, a little bit more than 5. Okay. All right, we're going to go ahead and get started again. And this is item number 4, CAR 21-22 and ZOA 21-02, an application by the land group, located at 7479 South Cole Road. Mr. Moser, please take it away.
Thank you, Chairman. First, I'd like to note that this application is based on the Legacy Code. And also, I'll try to keep the presentation short and cover the general highlights of the project and the planning team's recommendation. The applicant is requesting an annexation of approximately 380 acres and a zoning ordinance amendment to create the specific plan district SPO4 in the Southwest Planning Area. The property is located between Cole Road to the east, Maple Grove to the west, and the New York Canal to the south, and is generally addressed at 7421 South Maple Grove Road. This slide here shows the general area the subject property is located within, and as seen from the slide, is located at the edge of the Southwest Planning Area. Also from the aerial photograph, you can see that the adjacent area has primarily been developed with detached single-family neighborhoods to the north and to the west. Stringa Valley specific plan or locale is being constructed to the east on the other side of the canal, about probably a little bit less than a mile away as measured down Lake Hazel and then Cole. The specific plan includes 5 residential zoning designations that range in density from 5 to 44 units per acre. 3 mixed-use zones are proposed for the commercial nodes on the east and west sides of the site along Cole and Maple Grove Roads. The site plan also includes a new 7-acre school site on the east side of the development, along with several pathways and parks. In addition, the street network is set into a grid pattern, which promotes vehicle, pedestrian, and bike connectivity through the site itself. The project at build-out in about 20 years will contain approximately 3,541 dwelling units, comprised of a mix of single-family and multifamily units. Also, within the mixed-use areas of the project, it will contain approximately 94,650 square feet of commercial space. The project will be constructed with applications on an individual subdivision basis that comply with the specific plan's unique development code. That was based on the modern zoning code and will use the modern zoning code as a guide in its construction. The project will be built out over a 20-year phasing plan in mind, which starts on the north and works its way to the southeast. The red areas here show this plan in a graphical representation of the proposed project phasing. This basically means the lower density residential portions of the development will be built first, with the mixed-use areas being built at a later phase of about 12 years or so out. However, the planning team cannot support the project and recommends denial. The planning team's main concern with this development is that the annexation is not financially feasible from a net present value perspective, and as detailed within the Department of Finance and Administration memo. And for more information on this, I'll turn the presentation over. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, my name is Mike Chirac. I work in the city's budget office in the Department of Finance Administration. I worked on the financial analysis and the memo regarding the proposed annexation, and I understand that memo is in your packet. I have a few slides to go through what we consider doing a financial analysis here. And basically, we look at the revenues that would come in, and we look at the cost of city services to be provided. Where we get our assumptions for the annexation and what the costs are and the revenues, but particularly the costs, are from the city departments. So we talk to the fire department, we talk to the police department and parks. We assume the city provides the same level of service in the proposed annexed area as the rest of the city. The other thing that we look at closely is what we call base versus one-time costs or revenues. So a good example of a one-time cost is building a fire station. And a good example of a base cost or an ongoing cost is every year into perpetuity, there'll be firefighters working there as long as a fire station is there. And that's what we really focus on because those costs we pay every year. The other thing we note when we go through and do the analysis is impact fees. Those are things that can pay for some of these one-time expansion costs like police and fire and parks. Other one-time cost assumptions we use are like police vehicles and replacement cycles on those, building out parks and putting in trails and things, just getting them built. And then again, the last bullet here is operating cost assumptions, particularly fire and police, parks to do maintenance. We get those assumptions from the departments. Key assumptions, David went through the total residential units, the commercial square footage. We get the valuations, looking at what our city real estate manager thinks is reasonable valuations for property values, and that's what we use. We run through a financial model. Our base property tax can grow at a maximum of 3%. That's one of our key revenues when we look at city finances. The other assumption we use is new construction, which in an annexation situation, properties come in as new construction. That is now at 90%. There was change in legislation about 3 years ago. It used to be 100%. Public safety, the base personnel costs are based on new labor contracts. As of last year, our costs went up. And then parks, we get information on the build out, the staffing, the maintenance assumption for parks, working with parks. We also allow some general city administration costs. New positions are based on population and growth, so we factor in that. We also have inflation assumptions built into the numbers we run out in our model, and we run it for 20 years. The result, when we run over 20 years, is annexation of this land is not financially feasible. Basically, the revenues do not cover the costs. It has what we would call a negative net present value when we bring all the revenues and costs back to the present time using a discounting method commonly used in finance. An interesting point is nearly 80% of the projected base operating revenues are needed for just fire and police. Costs have gone up, and fire and police are key services, but we have other services like library and parks, which we need to also fund. And the last point I want to make was just looking out longer than 20 years, we see that the financial feasibility would worsen. The base costs can grow up to 3%, or our base revenues, I'm sorry, but our base costs are growing faster than that, and particularly in public safety, which is a large chunk of the cost structure here. That will just continue to grow faster than our revenues. And over time, our one-time revenues are not there to support it. So that is a key point that over time, we just see the situation getting tougher to fund if this were to proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, to address the other issues, the planning team did receive a number of letters expressing concerns with the project from the public and the South Cole Neighborhood Association and the Southwest Ada County Alliance Neighborhood Association. These concerns involve 3 basic points, which include the following up here, and generally revolved around lack of public services, traffic, and environmental impacts. Also, in regards to the traffic, the Highway District expressed concerns with the development. The ACHD project board explained their conditions and concerns in detail, and were included in the packet. Therefore, in conclusion, the proposed annexation and rezone amendment is not in compliance with the required finding as per code. And once again, the primary concerns that staff has with this annexation is that it is not financially feasible. And as such, we're recommending denial, or we recommend that you recommend denial to City Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moser. Okay, we're going to have the applicant up next and representing the land group, Tamara Thompson, and then Deborah Nelson. A quick side note, we have the discretion for applicant testimony to go up to 30 minutes. Given the scope of this project, it was asked and we discussed and came to the conclusion that 25 minutes be provided to the applicant. It is a significant one and felt that was appropriate. So if you notice the time, that's the reason why. Ms. Nelson, please go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Deborah Nelson, 601 West Bannock Street, here on behalf of the applicant team from Murio Farms. With me here this evening are Lou and Vicky Magurdio, Rich Magurdio, and other family members, as well as representatives from our development team and our expert consultants. I'd like to start with a brief history of the site because it provides really important context for the application that is before you tonight. The Magurdio family has been stewards of this land for 112 years, homesteading on Maple Grove in the early 1900s. Along with running the family dairy farm begun by their grandfather, the Magurdios, including brothers Lou and Rich that are here this evening, farmed the land that is now the Walmart on Overland Road, Amity Elementary School, the Technical Trade School on Victory, and the humming intersection of Eagle and Overland Roads. They watched as what was then considered the edge of the city keep moving, and as all these properties transformed to meet the needs of this successful community, and they feel proud of their part in that legacy.
With development happening on all sides of their property and with the latest generation of their family choosing non-farming jobs, their dairy farm is no longer viable. But the land can serve another valuable purpose for the city by providing much-needed housing near employment centers in a rare assemblage of 380 acres that allows master planning with diverse housing, open space, civic space, and neighborhood commercial. So for the next 100-year chapter, the family is committed to creating a community with a sense of place that honors their Basque American family legacy and values, including to respect every acre of the land as a precious commodity. The McGurdios family vision aligns with and has been shaped by the city's history and plans in the Southwest Boise area. The Murillo Farm site is included in the city's area of impact and comprehensive plan Southwest planning area. After much of the Southwest area was developed without careful planning or access to sewer, Boise began to extend sewer into the county developments in the 80s and has continued to develop sewer capacity to support future development and to plan for denser housing on the remaining large tracts of land, which include the Syringa Valley project to our east across Cole Road and the Murillo Farm site. The comprehensive plan designates this area as the highest level 1 of significant new development or redevelopment anticipated. The comprehensive plan also designates the Murillo Farm site as compact residential development, calling for densities ranging from 6 to 15 units per acre. So consistent with these plans, the McGurdios began to sell off portions of their land, including the 45-acre Basseri subdivision developed by Hayden Homes to the north. The city council approved that annexation in 2019, but at the time they said they didn't want this all to come in piecemeal, and they directed the McGurdios to develop a comprehensive master plan for the rest of their land. The McGurdios have now spent over 5 years and hundreds of thousands of dollars to develop the requested master plan and associated studies. This reflects dozens of meetings with the city dating back to early 2020 and the formal application, which was submitted in June of 2021. It has taken 33 months to get to their first hearing tonight. The application before you is an annexation and rezone to a specific plan with a proposed zoning ordinance to guide development. Because these don't come around very often, it is worth noting that this is only the 4th specific plan in the city, following Harris Ranch, Barber Valley, and Syringa Valley. Based on city code, specific plan districts provide a means to create unique zoning regulations for the build-out of a community over time, consistent with the comprehensive plan. And to create the Murillo Farm specific plan, the applicant team began work with the Harris Ranch plan and worked with the Harris Ranch development team to gain insights from their lessons learned. The applicant team then worked through several drafts with city staff over a period of years. The development evolved based on staff's input, including staff's request to increase the density to over 9 units per acre to better utilize and fund city services planned for the area, such as sewer capacity. And more recently, as the city began working on the new modern zoning code, city staff asked the applicant to incorporate concepts from that code, which the applicant did. In the end, city staff and the applicant team were in full agreement on the specific plan and the associated zoning ordinance. The Murillo Farm specific plan aligns with the city's vision embodied in the comprehensive plan and the new modern zoning code. The plan provides clustered residential areas with transitional density to align with neighboring properties, a mix of housing products, mixed-use nodes, and civic space. Murillo Farms promotes Boise's sustainability policies, first and foremost by providing compact development within the area of impact that promotes efficient use of land near employment centers. The land also has surface water rights to serve this development and will contribute to the tree canopy. The specific plan includes provisions for climate resilient design and incentives for sustainable design elements. The project incorporates mechanisms to promote affordable housing goals, including by having dimensional and form standards to create naturally occurring affordability, by promoting a range of housing options to suit a range of incomes, and consistent with the modern zoning code, incorporating an incentive program to increase the district's base density with more affordable units. The roadway network is a grid system with roadways designed to safely accommodate multiple modes of transit and to improve the pedestrian and cyclist experience. Local streets emphasize all users, while collectors connect to arterials with integrated traffic calming solutions. Lots are alley loaded to improve walkability and pedestrian safety. Developed open space, natural areas, pathways, and other amenities will be owned and maintained by the Community Association and open to the public. The centerpiece of Murillo Farms is a community park, the Village Greens, and a civic space, the Choco Community Center, both located at the center of the community's connected pathways. The Choco is modeled after a traditional Basque gathering site with a focus on shared meals and socializing with an additional active sport court space. These areas are directly adjacent to a 7-acre elementary school site. 12-foot wide pathways along the Parkway Collector Road south of the school provide safe routes to school. The perimeter of the project will feature natural area conservation that provides native landscaping and contributes to wildlife habitat, with linear parks along both 8 Mile Creek and the New York Canal, with interpretive signage and landscaping, all together creating an environment for passive recreation and historical learning. Murillo Farms includes unique design elements integrating the Basque cultural and rural architectural details, such as abstracted Basque flags and benches and tree grading, lighting fixtures, and old world European-styled pavers. Homes feature the architectural elements of the rural Mountain West, like gabled and shed roofs, facade modulation, and covered entries. Murillo Farms helps to meet a critical need in the city for housing. The Boise Metro's population is approximately 813,000, and it's projected to be over 1 million within 10 years. The current workforce of approximately 428,000 will also continue to grow. 40% of in-migrants to the Boise Metro are between 18 and 34 years old, a key part of Boise's workforce for the next several decades. And 43% of the average mover to the Boise Metro rents. Boise needs housing in every part of the city to support this workforce, especially near employment centers. In 2021, the city hired a consultant, Agnew Beck, to prepare a housing needs analysis. The report found that to meet demand, the city needs to add over 2,700 new housing units every year and over 27,000 new units by 2030. Over the 3 years immediately prior to the report, it found that the city missed this target by over 4,000 units. The report also found that vacant land for housing is limited, and increased utilization of land is necessary to meet housing needs. With that in mind, the report analyzed where opportunities may exist for new development, and they looked at vacant parcels as small as half an acre to try to find available land. Through that analysis, they identified 4 areas of interest, with the Southwest Planning Area having by far the most available land at 762 acres. The report concluded that given the scope of the intense housing need and the fact that this housing issue is felt in each neighborhood, it is incumbent on every neighborhood to support the preservation and development of housing in its own backyard. The Southwest Planning Area has one concentrated area left to meet this critical need, the Murillo Farms site, which has a cohesive 380 acres, one of the last and largest undeveloped areas, not only in the Southwest, but in the city and in the city's area of impact, that's available for residential development, and especially given the city's desire not to develop in the foothills. This location is ideal for other reasons as well. Most importantly, it provides close access to employment centers. The slide shows total employees by census tract. with the darker red tracks having the highest concentration of employees, illustrating that Murillo Farms is immediately adjacent to key employment centers. Taking a closer look at the immediate area, the site is well suited to provide housing for expanding workforce needs at Boise Airport's growing industrial complex, Gowan Field, Gateway East Urban Renewal District with Amazon and Winco Distribution and others, and of course, Micron's planned expansion to add 2,000 jobs and to support another 17,000 new indirect jobs. The future Lake Hazel extension planned as a principal arterial will provide a direct route to Gateway East and Micron. If Boise employees cannot find housing in Boise, they will go elsewhere, promoting regional sprawl, extending commute times, and generating even more traffic and emissions. Murillo Farms will provide over its build-out approximately 3,500 new housing units at a density of 9.3 units per acre, consistent with a compact designation and helping to fulfill the city's housing needs, with a diversity of housing concentrated near employment to support future transit corridors. Denser development, of course, adds more trips to surrounding roadways, but building less densely would have an even greater impact on the road network, causing sprawl as housing is pushed further out from commercial and employment centers. And it can be daunting to consider all of these trips from a long build master plan at once in a very distant year, when in fact the same or greater impacts occur when the area develops piecemeal over time, especially because small developments do not usually include trip capture. At this point, we are only seeking annexation and zoning consistent with the comprehensive plan. Murillo Farms will be built out over a 15 to 20-year period, and each phase will have to do a project-specific traffic impact study that will specifically identify what road improvements are required. ACHD has already planned significant road improvements for the area, consistent with expected growth in the region and the city's comprehensive plan. ACHD's report for Murillo Farms raised concerns about whether the project will trigger more improvements than are planned in the capital improvements plan, the CIP, or wider roads than are planned in the master street map. It is true that traffic levels in this area are not perfectly aligned with CIP planned improvements, which is often the case throughout the valley as the CIP responds to development patterns. But it is important to recognize here that the majority of the roadway impacts over CIP levels that ACHD highlights in their report, including the 7 segments that are shown here, are in the background conditions out to 2040. And so they will happen with or without the Murillo Farms development. In other words, the traffic levels that are predicted are over the CIP planned thresholds already. But with Murillo Farms, ACHD will receive $9.2 million in impact fees to pay the project's share of those planned improvements. And it is important to note that there are just a few road segments that where the project impacts exceed the CIP planning level volumes, including the 5 segments shown here in these 3 locations. Keep in mind, this is based on planning level thresholds for these segments, not actual road capacities. And a more detailed traffic analysis of these particular segments shows that these road segments do not require widening beyond the widths planned in the current CIP. First, looking at Maple Grove south of Amity, the project marginally exceeds ACHD's segment volume planning threshold for 5 lanes for a minor arterial roadway. The TIS identifies 7 lanes as being needed only because that is the technical consequence in the TIS format required by ACHD. But in fact, it is unlikely ACHD and the city would choose to expand the roadway since it is below its capacity. Instead, if the roadway is simply reclassified as a principal arterial, which is more appropriate for the planned mixed use and compact densities in the area, then 5 lanes is sufficient to handle the amount of expected traffic within ACHD's planned volume thresholds. Again, this is because the number that was exceeded is a planning threshold, not actual functional capacity limitation. Looking at Cole Road south of Amity, a more detailed analysis showed that only a southbound right turn lane is needed at the Cole-Amity intersection, not further widening of Cole Road beyond the 3 lanes planned. And looking at Cole Road between Victory and Spectrum, a more detailed analysis showed that only signal timing changes are required, not further widening of Cole Road beyond the 5 lanes planned for this segment. This is the kind of analysis that will occur with each future traffic impact study required at each stage of the development. A weakness of this type of TIS is that it just simply takes the project trips and lays them over project background, over the background, even though Compass has already taken into account that kind of growth in their model. And future traffic demand does not necessarily result in higher traffic volumes because drivers will find other routes, choose off-peak times for travel, work from home, or opt for alternate means. Here, though actual impacts to drivers of increased congestion are relatively minor, a few minutes of delay at peak times, congestion will drive different behaviors in local drivers. And it is incumbent upon the city as the land use agency here, not ACHD, to make the, excuse me, I've kind of advanced too far there. I'm trying to skip slides because I'm running out of time. But the final point on traffic is that it's your decision as the city to make decisions about where you place density. It's ACHD that will respond to that about the improvements that are needed when they plan their CIP every 5 years and when they look at each phase of this project and every other project that comes before them. Turning to finance. So in January, for the first time, city staff informed the applicant that they would no longer support the project due to this updated fiscal impact analysis that you heard about this evening. The applicant requested a meeting with the finance department to discuss, but this was declined. The applicant requested the city's model through a public records request and hired an expert financial consultant, W. David Eberly Consulting, to review the city's analysis. There are 3 primary factual errors highlighted in the Eberly report. Correcting any one of these has a material impact on the analysis. First, the city analysis incorrectly assumed 100% of the single-family homes would be owner-occupied and qualify for the $125,000 homeowner's exemption. This underestimates the amount of property tax the city will receive from residences in Murio Farms. In Ada County, just under 40% of all residential units and 20% of all single-family are residential, are rental. Second, the city analysis incorrectly applied a level of service of 1.8 police officers per 1,000 residents, when the city's adopted target level of service in the CIP is 1.55. The actual current level of service indicated in the current CIP is even lower at 1.41. Third, the city analysis underrepresents assessed values. For single-family homes, the city assumes property values of $475,000. The city's own current budget for fiscal year 2024 uses a different number of $486,000. And that same budget notes that the actual 2023 value was $564,000. For multifamily, the city assumes the very low value of $175,000 when market data supports $233,000. As a point of comparison, the city used $170,000 8 years ago in Syringa Valley's analysis. The Eberly report noted other errors as well, but didn't seek to rework the entire model, used the city's assumptions and model, but just corrected these 3 errors and keeping all other assumptions the same, found that the project will have a net positive impact on the city of over $5 million. Having a positive net fiscal impact is consistent with the first report that the city finance department did, consistent with other reports the city has done for annexations in the area, including Syringa Valley, serving the same area. I want to comment briefly on what we heard from Mr. Schrock with the Department of Finance. A lot of the assumptions he walked through, we use the same ones. Certainly assume the same 3% property tax increase, new construction coming in at 90% for the beginning because of House Bill 389. All of those are the same. But he didn't address the errors of having, not including any rental property, which by including a homeowner's exemption for more homes that are actually entitled to use it is alone enough to flip the analysis to positive. More importantly, I think the analysis that he described of getting city service cost from the city departments and looking at what their needs are describes the analysis that the city does overall for all homes for the entire budget. Because the city doesn't budget on a marginal cost basis, looking at each new development as it comes in. The way the city budgets is average cost. And so they take all of the cost from each of the departments, just as Mr. Schrock said, and they put that into their budget and determine what the amount of the levy needs to be and how they are going to tax. They, of course, are capped at 3% for everyone. They are subject to the rising cost of police and fire for everyone. So the fact that fire and police have become 80% of the budget is a city problem, not a Murio Farms problem. That's not unique to this property. That's a city problem. There is no difference in serving this property from any other property in the city based on the way that the city allocates cost and does their budgets. Instead, if you look at the cost of the homes, the values of the homes here, and consider the values of homes throughout the city, it is apparent that this development should pencil just like every other home that comes into the city. A refrain that is handed down in the Regurgio family has called the generations to regard the land with a sacred reverence, to treasure its power, to enable the people of the land to achieve their full potential. Murio Farms fulfills the Regurgio's vision for the best utilization of their land and memorializes their farming and Basque heritage traditions. It also fulfills the comprehensive plan's vision for compact residential and the city council's request for a master planned community in this location. In the context of all of those broader plans, we ask the commission to review this project and to recommend approval of the annexation and rezone. With that, I'll stand for any questions.
Great, thank you, Ms. Nelson. We're going to turn our attention to the neighborhood associations, and I think I see Ms. LaFrenz in the back, and I see Marissa Keith online. So Essie LaFrenz, you want to come on up, South Cole Neighborhood Association? I want to make sure we're fair with time. We have two neighborhood associations. Often we have one. I'm curious, would you be able to do your presentation in less than, say, 15 minutes?
I have talked with Marissa Keith, and I believe she's just going to do the public testimony tonight.
Oh, okay.
That's my
Okay.
understanding.
Okay. So you are asking for how much time? The same as the applicant, or can you do it in less?
I think I can probably do it in 10 minutes.
Okay, great. Go ahead. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay. My name is Esty LaFrenz, and I live at 7604 West Thunder Mountain Drive. I am the president of South Cole Neighborhood Association. To be clear from the beginning, the South Cole Neighborhood Association Board is requesting the denial of this project, CAR 21-22 and ZOA 21-2. Next.
Ms. LaFrenz, you do have a clicker up there.
Thank you. We will start with the surrounding land use. To consider this project, we should take into account the other large developments happening in the surrounding area and also consider how this will impact the existing communities. Murio Farms under specific plan 04 is located to the far southern border of the Boise area of impact with 381 acres to be annexed into the city and a population of around 9,000 new people, which equates to a small town. With a commercial area of 94,650 square feet, which was significantly reduced from the previous versions of the specific plan, which was previously 246,000 square feet. Then we have locale specific plan 03, which was approved in 2016 and adopted annexed into the city of Boise in 2017. That's 600 acres and approximately 2,000 residential units. And then outside of the city limits, there is Spring Rock is a 762 acre planned community in Ada County with 2,775 residential units, a mix of single-family homes, townhomes, and apartments, and 375,000 square feet of commercial space. In addition to that, there's Valor, a master plan community in Cuna, a 55-plus resort retirement community with 1,000 residential units. What I want to say is that the Planning and Zoning Commission has not considered previously the area of impact when they have done their planning, because the area of impact is located in Ada County. Currently, the area of impact is a sea of residential units with very, very little commercial. So the residents in the area of impact are forced to drive up into the city of Boise for shopping, recreational purposes, and for work. This map shows the requested annexation of 380.7 acres, shown in brown, next to the recently annexed locale, shown in yellow. The Boise city limits outline is shown in blue, and the Boise area of impact outline is shown in green. We have several concerns from the community, and this is the first. Many hundreds of residents throughout Southwest Boise have experienced dry wells or well capacity issues in the last few years. As the city continues to remove farmland and pour concrete, the upper aquifer will continue to deplete, leading to an even greater number of well problems. Drilling a deeper well is a significant expense for a homeowner in the ballpark of $30,000 to $50,000. The Transportation Impact Study done by Kittleson and Associates, updated in June 2023, indicates the following accommodations for existing traffic plus future traffic if this development is approved and constructed. They suggest 7 lanes along Maple Grove Road, 7 lanes along Lake Hazel Road, and 5 to 7 lanes along Cole Road. The reason, again, the significant amount of residential units and woefully inadequate places for shopping, recreation, and work. ACHD's summary says the following, and I quote, "If Muriel Farms specific area plan is approved with the current land uses, there will be significant traffic congestion that will not be mitigated beyond the improvements planned in ACHD's SIP and MSM. The city of Boise will need to determine how much congestion they are willing to accept in their community for current and future residents." You've heard from many of my neighbors in your packet that includes lots of testimony from the neighborhood. This is a real concern. ACHD requested 30 modifications to the Muriel Farms specific area plan and 36 modifications to the Muriel Farms specific plan zoning code. In interest of time, I won't read them, but they should all be implemented for this project. SCNA is concerned by the lack of fire coverage in this area. Life-saving infrastructure should be in place prior to allowing development at this location. The Boise Fire Marshal has not provided a letter for this application. It is assumed that the nearest fire station is Station 17 along Cole Road at McGurdia Park and will provide a 10-minute response time. Blueprint Boise defines a 4-minute response time as the standard distance. The fire coverage map identifies several planned fire stations near Lake Hazel, but it is our understanding that these stations will not be funded or built for more than 10 years due to lack of funding. The City of Boise Finance Department provided a memo to planning staff which states the estimated cost to provide fire, police, parks, and other services indicates that the project is not deemed financially feasible for a net present value perspective. This memo also indicates that only 400 homes could be built before construction of a new fire station is required. In summary, the SCNA board requests that Boise Planning and Zoning deny the application for CAR 2122 and ZOA 21-2 due to significant traffic impacts associated with the project. We request that the modifications suggested by ACHD be implemented if this project moves forward. Proper fire stations should be planned and built in accordance with fire safety standards prior to project approval. Adequate commercial space should be implemented and planned for this community and surrounding communities that lack basic necessities. Since our current planning director has resigned, this development, the size of a small town, should not proceed until a new Boise City planning director can review and approve. This development is in direct conflict with Boise's zoning code rewrite, which claimed to reduce urban sprawl and place density within the city's main corridors. And in conclusion, we feel that this development is the definition of urban sprawl. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrentz. I know Ms. Marissa Keith is online. I just want to verify with Marissa if she can. Marissa, do you have intentions of testifying on your own behalf, or are you again, you're entitled as a neighborhood representative to testify tonight? I just want to make sure we have that clear.
If there's time, I'll testify as the NA. Otherwise, we had decided to give Esty as much time as she needed.
So technically, we gave 25 minutes to the applicant. I believe Ms. LaFrentz took, I think it was 15. I'm sorry, was it 10? I don't know.
Was it like 17?
17. So, okay. So Marissa, if you want 8 minutes as the neighborhood association, you're entitled to it. If you don't, you can want to pass, and obviously you can testify as your own citizen. You're entitled to do that.
I'll do the 8 minutes.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, my name is Marissa Keith. I'm at 3279 South Cloverdale in Boise. I'm the president of the Southwest Ada County Alliance Neighborhood Association. Our board was unanimously against Murillo Farms after we studied the documentation that was contained in the file. We did write a letter which should be contained in the record, which pretty much follows along with what Esty has said. I just have a few points that I would like to reiterate. I would just like to point out that while in theory, traffic can be mitigated by using alternative routes and alternative transportation, this area of town was not built on a grid. That means that the only roads that this planned community will be able to access on the get-go is Maple Grove, Cole, and Lake Hazel. And there's no way to get to Boise without going down Maple Grove or Cole or Lake Hazel. And so the thought that you can just take a right and take another road really does not apply out here. There also is no planned bus route for Murillo Farms. Alternative transportation such as biking and walking does not apply out here like it does in other areas of town. There are very, very few people who ride their bikes from Southwest Boise to downtown Boise. And I can tell you from living out here, people will be coming to downtown Boise and they will be going through the area of impact, Maple Grove, Cole Road, Cloverdale, and they will then go through the bench because the only way to access downtown Boise is to do Lake Hazel, to go the Orchard overpass or the Orchard Exchange, or Cole Road. And so because of the way traffic patterns have developed out here, a lot of people are no longer taking the connector downtown. They are going down Overland to Latah, to Roosevelt, to Vista, which is great. I guess that is a traffic disbursement, but to get to those places, there really are only those 3 roads that you can take to get there. I will say that for the traffic impact study in the CIP, I was really appalled when I read that, because my mission as the president of this neighborhood association is to create safe walking and biking spaces for people who choose to do that out here. Maple Grove, I personally was hoping that it would remain a 3-lane road. It's 2 lanes right now. I was hoping that they would go to 3 lanes. I was outvoted on that on my neighborhood association, and ultimately ACHD decided to go to 5 lanes. 5 lanes required the removal of several houses. 7 lanes will require the removal of several more houses. And the thing that makes me the angriest in our community is that we take people's homes. Yes, we buy them at market price, but we force them and we take their homes so that sprawl can happen on the outskirts of our city. I also would like to say that the Southwest Ada County Alliance, we also were against the Spring Rock Ranch and the Valor communities that are in Ada County and CUNA. All of those cars also will be coming straight through West Boise, the area of impact, and into Boise, because that's where people want to go. They do not want to go spend a Saturday night in CUNA yet. They want to come to Boise. As far as the I am not going to comment too much on the financial analysis that the city did. I'm glad to see that that has been done. I have seen other municipalities do that and disregard it, and I think that is short-sighted. And I cannot speak as to the average prices that the city used to determine that a single family is about $475,000. But I will say that real estate in Southwest Boise is lower than it is in other areas of town because of the length of time that you have to drive, because there are no amenities out here, because there are no shopping, because there are no public parks. This area of town is seen as less desirable by people moving here. So that is all. Once again, I would just like to encourage you to deny Murillo Farms. I feel for the McGurdio family. I know that they are done farming or with their dairy, and I guess something has to happen with that land, but I really would like for them to take the entire community into consideration and not just their 380 so acres, because the implications that this development has for our community are not good. And the ability for any sort of community space, true community space, not HOA owned private space, but true community space, is quickly disappearing from Southwest Boise. And I think something a little more community minded would go a long way with the neighbors. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Keith. Okay, neighborhood associations are done. I want to take the pulse of my fellow commissioners, but we're going to have a lot of questions on this. And so I'm curious if you want to take a quick 5. Okay, I'm getting a couple nods. That okay? All right, we're going to take a quick 5 and then we'll jump into questions. Thank you. Okay, if we can reconvene. Before we get into questions, Crystal, I'm going to check with you on this. In doing the math for the final item tonight, hey Ben, we have at least 7 people signed up. I'm going to assume there's going to be a lot more. That's at least 21 minutes transition. That's probably at least 30 minutes just signed up. I'm pretty sure there will be a lot more. That takes us to about 9:15 with at least public testimony, and I'm sure it's going to be longer than that. And I'm going to assume we have enough questions that are going to fill even more time plus rebuttal time. So I don't anticipate us getting to the final item before 9:30, and I wouldn't be surprised if it's till 10. So I want to make sure to respect your time and handle this the right way, but I'd be up for any suggestions from Crystal if you've got them.
Mr. Chair, it is at the discretion of the commission, so I would flip it back to y'all to discuss.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Gillespie,
So,
Commissioner Gillespie.
so I think we just gave Ben fair warning of how the math works, and he can stay or go. But I think it's, the desire of this commissioner not to take up new items after 9:30 p.m. And there you go.
We've given him ample Snickers and it's still never enough.
Yeah, never. I'm getting
So-
older.
The commercials are a bunch of lies.
Yeah.
All right, well, with that, that's a heads up and we'll see where we go. But let's go ahead and turn it over to the commission. Pick up where we left off with questions of the applicant and or staff. I'm sure we have some.
I have a,
Commissioner Gillespie.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question for Mr. Shirak. And I guess my question is, Mr. Shirak, is you heard Ms. Nelson talk about some issues that the applicant had with our calculations. She specifically mentioned the ratio of police, the proportion of the development that are rentals and thus not subject to the homeowner's exemption, and the average assessed home value. And I assume you've probably seen those figures she presented before, and I wondered if you had any comment on that.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, yes, we have reviewed that document, and we are not swayed that we need to change assumptions. We think our assumptions are reasonable and valid, and we rest on our analysis, our assumptions and conclusions. And I'll also point out that, again, if this did make financial sense in the 20-year time period, we still have the out-year issue where over time costs rise faster than our revenues, and there are other costs which make this not financially feasible in the very long term.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I have an additional question.
Go for it.
So, Mr. Shirak, I'm now on page 11 of 17 of the staff report. This is the Muriel Farms annexation table with the exact numbers. I just want to make sure I'm understanding this. So this to me looks like a profit and income statement for the operating costs. And then the last line is sort of the cumulative one-time costs. So is the net present value kind of the aggregation of both the operating cost losses, because you're forecasting a loss in every year, as well as the one-time cost spending? And you're saying if you discount that whole flow, you get 1.291, or is it that just the discounted flow of the operating gain and loss? Does that
Mr.
make
Chairman,
sense?
Commissioner, yes, and that is a good question on how that works. The one-time costs for the build-out occur over 20 years. And if you look at the operating gain or loss out there, 1.1 million in year 20, as the one-time revenues, like from development fees and permit fees, are gone, we're left with that operating cost. And again, the base versus one time, the base costs keep going, the one-time costs are paid, the one-time revenues are there, and that loss is what really drives out into the future to make the financial feasibility very, very, not feasible.
Mr. Chairman, follow up.
Go for it.
So the impact fees, which are the one-time fees paid to offset the one-time costs, do the impact fees now as modified by state law, do the impact fees pay for all of these one-time costs along the bottom line? Or is it also in sort of a capital spending deficit, if you know what I mean? Not just operating, but the actual capital spending, is there a deficit?
Mr. Commissioner, in theory, the impact fees do pay for the initial expansion. And we've had significant cost increases for things like fire stations with inflation and just competition for construction. It's gone up considerably. So our impact fee plans are trying to catch up. And when it comes down to it, when we build fire stations, the impact fees may not be there. It may be some time before the impact fees are there, so we have to front the money, and then the impact fees perhaps come in over time, or we have to cover with other revenues, so that is difficult.
The other thing is down the road, you've got to do maintenance on facilities and things, and impact fees don't cover that. So
That's
impact
on the
fees-
operating
yeah.
side.
Some of those costs we don't really even have in because that's just long-term. Fire station will last a long time, but at some point you
Right.
remodel it, you have other costs, which we do not
Right.
have modeled in here.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, one last question.
Commissioner Gillespie.
I think the impact fees are a creature of state law. So to what effect or how have changes in the state legislature, which has kind of tightened up on impact fees in a variety of municipal funding options, do you model those into the future? And, how do you think about that?
Commissioner, we make some assumptions about impact fees covering the cost or most of the cost. In this analysis, there's the timing issue. We may not have the impact
Right.
fees, but don't really have comments on
The state legislature.
yeah, state legislation. The one thing I do know is our impact fees have gone up considerably just with the cost increases.
Thank you.
Quick question, Mr. Sherrick. So impact fees, but are a proportionate portion of the ultimate fee, right? Or the ultimate cost. The impact fee is a portion of the development's attribution of the whatever the widget is. So paying for all of it versus paying a portion of it, correct?
Mr. Chairman, the impact fee, for example, is on a house, there'll be impact fees for fire, parks, police, and it is based on the CIP, the capital improvement plan over a time period. So it is based on funding those items in there.
Which is a great big Easter basket of all the development, in this case of our city, and those funds going to pay for their proportionate share of the capital outlay.
The new for the
Right,
expanded, yes.
Right, just to make sure we're clear on that. Okay. Other questions?
I'll let others.
Mr. Chairman. Mr.
Commissioner.
Chairman, may I just ask, is it possible while you're on this topic for us to weigh in on the same questions?
Do you want to ask, go ahead. We'll come.
Just before you move on to other topics, it'd be nice
Oh,
to.
impact fees are going to come up a few times, I anticipate.
Okay, well, we would love to be able to address the same questions
Sure.
that you just asked of the city, if it's possible.
I'm gonna defer to my fellow commissioner here if he wants to ask directly of the applicant.
I'm going to ask Mr. Eberly to come up, if that's all right.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, appreciate it.
Good evening, Commission. I'm David Eberly at 3648 North Willowbar Way, Garden City, and it's a pleasure to be here before you tonight. The question between impact fees and permit fees is relevant to the model, and the model itself did not include impact fees. It made the assumption that impact fees paid for all the capital costs and moved them out. Now, there were a number of one-time costs for police cars and for some park costs, but the parks we'll leave aside for the moment. The model itself only deals with the permit fees from the city of Boise, and he put some operating costs up against those. So of course they go negative for that portion at the end of the term. The issue here, how the city budgets, is really pretty simple. It's an average cost basis. If one house is negative, in other words, property taxes plus associated revenues don't pay for the operating costs, every other house is in the same situation. So when you talk about out years after construction, permit fees gone, impact fees gone, if a house in Muriel Farms project is negative, every other house is. And in fact, there is another jurisdiction in the valley that's confronting that today. And it does happen, but they've got 20 years for city council to figure it out. And just an aside, they're already at 80% of property taxes for police and fire today in their budget. That is not something that will occur sometime in the future.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate your input. Commissioner Sehal.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure. Well, I guess maybe this is a question for Mr. Eberly, if possible.
Go for it.
In reading your memo, or in reading the memo, the late correspondence, you did incorporate, you looked at Ada County's rental percentage. I think I should probably look, was it 40%? Because there was a comment about there was no consideration made
Rental housing.
to rental housing. And so you looked at the Ada County percentage. I think depending on the city, I mean, did you look at city percentages versus county percentages?
They don't, okay, either the US Census or Ada County Recorder Assessor's Office, they don't separate the homeowner occupied, second homeowner, and rentals by single family and by multiple families. That would take a fairly extensive examination by the county assessor, and there just wasn't time to get it done between when we were noticed of their memo and tonight's hearing. So yes, I used Ada County in general and then ratcheted it down. 40% of the units in Ada County, which includes Boise, are rentals. That didn't include second family homes. And then, of course, if there's 50% multiple family, then you can divide that by half. The 40 drops to 20, and that was applied to the residential. It was simply a way in a short time frame to get an estimate to see how the city's model would change if you make that assumption. You could ratchet it down to 10%, it would still be positive.
Thank you.
So it was just an illustration to show the issue.
Great.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Gillespie.
I have a question for Mr. Shurak. So twice now, the applicant or the applicant's folks have talked about some average cost. I personally think that this annexation code, where it says attempt to balance cost of service with anticipated revenues, is speaking of a marginal cost analysis specific to this annexation. Do you agree with that, that that's what the code is directing us to try to do? And is that what your analysis tried to do, which is not use sort of some average cost accounting, but to look at the sort of marginal accounting or the impact of this annexation?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, we do look at an annexation as it needs to, the revenues need to support the cost. So if that's.
Of that
referred to-
annexation?
Yes. If it doesn't
Right.
make financial sense, then it's hard to bring an annexation on. It's going to require subsidization from elsewhere in the city. So yes, that is how we look at it and how we approach the analysis.
Thank you.
Commissioner Moore, I see your hand up there.
Sure. So on the topic of financial, I know it's two big items, mainly two big buildings that are included in this plan. And I think the first one is the fire station that's intended to be built before 400 units can be occupied. That's a big expense, both, I imagine, purchasing the land and building the actual fire station to happen before all of these impact fees are actually collected. I mean, that's part of like phase one or phase two. So as I understand it, and I just mainly want to make sure that I'm understanding correctly where these funds are coming from. Based on the testimony earlier, it sounds like those funds for that fire station are basically a loan from the city that are then paid back over time with those impact fees. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, yes, to the extent the impact fees are not there in time when the station needs to be built, the city fronts those costs. And that is, yeah, kind of like a loan until it is back later, or the funds are there later.
Understood. And Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Commissioner Moore. Do you have a question? Yeah.
Yes. So a similar item for we haven't really talked about the elementary school. That would function in a similar way. I think that's a later phase, but that would function in a similar way. It would, you know, if it's not, the impact fees aren't there, it would basically be a loan from the city to build it.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, the school impact fees, I don't know if those were put in place. The schools have talked about those. Ours are limited to fire, parks, and police.
Okay. So, Mr. Chair, so that's coming from a different bucket of money entirely than what we're talking about here.
The schools are funded separately from the city. I guess what is it? Schools have a levy.
Okay.
Yeah.
No impact fees.
That's all I've got for now, but I'll have a few more.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Gillespie.
So I'm on page 15 of 17. This might be a question for Mr. Moser. So this is where we're going through sort of section 2 of the criteria, where it's listing water, sewer. And then at the top of page 15 of 17, it says streets. And it has a bold, do you see the bold streets must be provided in accord? Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Is that lifted straight out of the annexation criteria? That whole paragraph on streets? Where did that come from? Is that our editorializing, or is that what the code says?
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, I believe it's taken out of the annexation code. I don't think our findings specifically call this if you look on in the section, but I believe it's in the codes.
Well, I'm in the section called approval criteria.
Yeah, I don't think it's in there, but I think I believe it's in,
It's right here.
it's sort of generally discussed within the annexation that you have to provide access, you have to provide services. And we generally have this analysis in our findings of like streets, sewer, water, you know, when you go down the list of all the services that have to be provided present for annexation. That wording, though, I think might be a bit of editorializing under the streets.
Okay.
If
Thank
that
you.
answers the question.
Yes.
I've got some questions on the financial side, and I need your transportation person. Your engineer, hopefully from Kittleson. John, I see. Know him well.
Yeah.
Okay.
got
For the
both
record.
John and David here for you.
What's that?
We've got, yes, both of them available as needed.
Love them to step up because I've got questions from the TIS and so
You
forth.
want traffic first?
Well, it's going to be related to the fiscal side of it, but certainly from the the TIS portion, yes. So just for the record, while they make their way up to the podium, we did make a request of ACHD staff to attend this evening, and for whatever reason, they did not. So just to make that clear. Hi, Mr. Ringert. It's been a while.
Good evening.
All right, so I'm going to run through a series of questions here. For the record, Kittleson is the consulting firm that does all the impact fees for ACHD, right? You're doing the CIP analysis and do a lot of the fiscal analysis. Is that correct?
We are a transportation engineering company that does a lot of different projects.
Right.
We do have a project with ACHD currently. Traditionally, they do their own, but then they hire consultants to help them through certain steps.
Okay. So by my count, from what I'm reading, is I see a total of 28 projects that are above and beyond the 2040 CIP, 15 that were roadway segments, I think it was, and 13 intersections or something like that. Is that accurate?
I would have to look, and when you say projects, a lot of these are looking out in the future, so it's not a separate project, it's maybe a change to a project. And it can vary from adding a right turn lane to, you know, geez, the numbers are kind of showing if you were to decide that way, you might decide to widen a road more.
But some form of a construction level effort would have to be undertaken at 28 different locations or roadway segments. Can we agree on that?
I'd have to look at the number.
Okay.
But there are a number of them.
Are there any cost estimates with any of that? Based on the series of recommendations that are in this TIS, there's a lot of them. I didn't see any financial analysis. If I didn't see it in here, please point me in that direction. But is there any financial analysis of the transportation component of the effects of this application?
So there was not a financial analysis because that isn't part of the process that's required for the transportation piece, because there is quite a sophisticated process when it comes to impact fees and state laws and how you can spend money and how you can collect it. In general, I want to make the statement that most of what we find with these traffic impact studies, this is background, this is growth. We're growing stuff. So I want to make sure it's not characterized as this traffic is all from this development. So that's what we're finding. You saw the graphic from Deborah. You saw that, out of all the segments that were listed in that report, there was only 3 main segments that were incrementally larger in theory, using planning level thresholds that may not even need to be larger, but using the planning thresholds that they require us to use. The rest were all background. So all we're doing is we're pointing out a challenge when you look at long range projections and you place them out there. We're looking out 20 years. I'm assuming some people have lived out here for 20 years, and you can remember before even the traffic signals got stuck in. I remember out here with the all-way stop to intersections, and we were all scratching our heads. Finally got the signals that gave us some relief. Now those are at capacity, right? So it isn't just this development. This is a pretty common actually occurrence as you're looking out 20 years. That's why CIPs are updated every 4 years, because they have to look at another 4 years and reanalyze things.
I wanted to, Ms. Nelson, I think you mentioned, I thought I heard you say 9 million. Was that right? Can you elaborate on that? Is that what the estimated impact fee that you would be paying to ACHD? Is that the number that was determined?
Yes, I think that's.
So
what
that
she
number
put in
had
there.
to have come from a total of the number of units and the
Yes.
ultimate estimated traffic improvements. So it came from somewhere. I mean, that number came from your generation of traffic, your proportionate share, and assigned then back to the unit costs of the unit, how the houses and the commercial site. So there's a number somewhere about what this rough estimate is, but we don't necessarily know what that is.
Chairman, I'm trying to follow you. Are you asking about what the impact fee estimate calculation for what the impact fees would be?
Correct.
For these?
For your particular proportionate share moving forward. I understand the background piece of it, but in ACHD's letter, they cited pretty strongly, actually, in their language. I don't know that I've seen a document from them that was worded like this, frankly, that the number of projects that they believe would need to be done, and certainly the traffic congestion, of course, that they're talking about, but also the financial stuff that's not accounted for in the CIP that would have to be put into the CIP. I'm trying to get into what that calculation is, because we have a lot of financial information for the city of Boise. We don't have it for our partner agency of ACHD. That's their policy to determine what they get from you in the TIS, but we have land use authority that has direct impact on the roads, and the taxpayers of Boise are the taxpayers of Boise. And in this case, Ada County, since they're a district. So I'm trying to understand the fiscal ramifications of the projects that would need to be achieved in order to accommodate ACHD's LOS at roadway segments and intersections. That's what I'm trying to get to.
Yeah. Well, when it comes to impact fees, I think you are correct. It's around 9.2, I think, was the estimate that would be paid in impact fees. That's in addition to improvements that will be built outright. Obviously, improvements on Cole and Maple Grove and intersections that were near the site that would be built, by the site that wouldn't be impact fee. It wouldn't be part of impact fees. Those would be their contributions. I think you talked about the fire station thing. Those are their contributions. Now, every 4 years, they look out 20 years and they schedule. A lot of these projects aren't scheduled for 20 years. So you look out 20 years, they collect those from everybody in the region. And there's a report that ACHD actually has out that shows how much they collected, how much they spent, how much went to each city, and they balance that. So it would increment, that those every year there's more money that comes in and every year there's more money spent. I can't speak for ACHD on their budget process. So it's hard, it's hard to answer what they think they want to spend. I don't believe the intent of their staff report was to say they plan on building all this stuff and it's going to cost them too much. I think that wasn't, I didn't read it as we plan to build all this stuff. I felt like it wasn't heading that direction.
I don't know if you had anything to add, just making sure.
Thank you, Chairman. I think Mr. Ringer covered it well. I think I just want to make sure we're getting at your question. So you're not really trying to figure out how to calculate the impact fees. You know how to do that, right? You're just trying to make sure that we're covering the cost. And I guess in addition to what Mr. Ringer said, that's part of why we showed you the slides we did to look at, okay, well, where are the impacts that are not just attributable to background? And well, what is going to be needed there? Well, a change in signal timing, a turn lane, those costs, because they're over and above the impact, the CIP, those might be attached to Murio Farms as off-site improvements that are required of the development, and that'll be determined with the specific TIS. And so, as you know, ACHD uses impact fees as a metric for assigning proportionate share per unit. And that's how they assume that the CIP costs get built. If we have things that are over and above that are attributable to the project that meet ACHD policies, we're not within the 10% and all of the things well, then that would be a project cost that we would have to fund on top of that. So that's how we would cover our cost, is through the payment of fees and assigned offsite improvements.
Just a couple quick questions on the impact fee before moving on. I think I saw a project on Cole and the interchange. It was a couple lane configurations, but that's ITD jurisdiction, right? To make sure
the interchange would be
right.
There should not be. There's limited CIP project. It's kind of a mixture at Cole. It's kind of an odd one.
Right.
But
Can you confirm, though, that ITD does not charge impact fees like ACHD does?
they have some methods, but they don't charge a direct impact fee. They have a different funding source, and they also go through the process of reviewing traffic impact studies and charge for improvements directly. As Deb said, the impact fee doesn't cover improvements beyond the CIP. Then they can require, both agencies can require you to build them yourself.
I'm going to interject a word because you're using the word improvement. Can we use the word widen instead? Because when you're saying improvement, what you mean is that to reduce congestion, we're widening and we're adding lanes. I just want to make sure that technical point is clear.
That's fine.
Okay, thank you.
But I don't know that we agree. So, I mean, that's part of what we illustrated in the slides is that you may have a turn lane, you may have a signal change, you may have a decision not to widen. Widen is not necessarily the only improvement.
My point is that the word improvement is a subjective word. If I'm a landowner who owns a home, whose home is purchased to be demolished in order to accommodate this improvement, quote unquote, I don't know that they would agree with that. I don't know if a pedestrian who's trying to cross an intersection that's 10 lanes of a leg would consider that to be an improvement. But the physical description of the segment and intersection of turn lanes and so forth as a widen is an accurate term. That's where I'm getting at. Where I think I would agree. I would hope that we would agree that improvement is a very subjective term, versus widen is a physical description of the result of whatever has transpired.
Yeah, certainly. We just mean it as the term of art as it's used in the industry.
It's an industry term that's used all across this country, but I want to make sure we understand or the foundation of that and agree to it. Okay, I've taken a lot of time. Other questions? Oh, wait, I gotta see, I keep forgetting Commissioner Moore. Okay, nothing from Commissioner Moore. Okay, I have more questions. I'm gonna ask some more on the transportation side. Mr. Ringer, we had your TIS stated that there was a reduction from 246,000 square feet of commercial down to, I think it was the 94,000. There were also a reduction of residential units by, I think it was like 200-ish, give or take, but the net result was a 20% drop in overall trip generation. And I'm wondering, we had a lot of letters who basically said we're disappointed with that in the reduction of commercial. Can you talk to what it would mean, what would imply on the traffic side of things if you were to go back to say 240,000? Can you touch on that? What would that look like?
Well, Chairman, as you state, with a reduction of commercial square footage, you do get a reduction of trips. You also do get you do get a reduction in some of the internalization of trips too. So there's a synergy that happens between the residential and the commercial use. But yes, when we reduce the commercial, we reduce the overall trips. If we were to increase the commercial, we're going to get more trips. I think the big thing you need to ask yourself, and we even saw this in the other hearing, is what's a reasonable amount? And I can let the land use side of this, or Deborah, go into why that was done. But I think that was the background on that, was what's reasonably feasible to support the neighborhoods out there, and probably something large may not be that feasible, just because, I mean, there are other places, even looking at some of the different developments that have happened, some of the really great mixed use developments, trying to get substantial square footage. So I think that was the reason. It wasn't reduced for one reason or the other with trips. Trips were an outcome of that.
Sure. I just want to make sure we understand. I think that what you're saying is that we increase that. I mean, that was a drop of like 65%, right? Give or take on the square footage of commercial. But if we were to go back up, the trip generation number would also go up pretty significantly. Okay. Mr. Ringer, have you ever been asked to go back into a TIS that you drafted, say, in 2008 and determine the accuracy of the forecasts that were done at that point in time? 2008 to now is the same build-out horizon that this one takes us to in 2040. So that's the root of my question.
No, we have not gone back in on a specific TIS. We do actually do it fairly commonly on phase developments like this, where we are going back in at different phases, so we get to see the outcome of the other phase. So it's a little different than saying, I went back for a development that was done in 2008, that was finished in 2009, and you went back in 2029. We actually do stumble on that because we study a lot of things near each other. So we watch how traffic works. We watch how areas grow. So we do. So I will say we haven't really done that specific thing, but we run across it relatively commonly on development, and we would with this development, because about every 3 years they'd be doing a plat for 500 units, and we have to count all the intersections and see where everything is.
Okay. In the TIS, there's an explanation of peak hour, 15 minutes, right? Can you please elaborate on, when we look at all of the congestion forecasts in the TIS, it goes straight to the heart of this, 15 minutes peak hour. I know there's been a lot of discussion of, do we look at a 24-hour period as opposed to that 1 15-minute? Can you touch on that a little bit for me?
Yes, Chairman, and Commission, within the industry, and within ACHD's policies, as well as ITD's policies, we are studying the peak 15 minutes of the peak hour. Now, that's not, I think everybody probably in this room probably has different opinions about that, because if you're commuting during that peak 15 minutes, which might be 7:45 in the morning, that peak 15 minutes means a lot to you. If that's not where your focus is, there's different opinions on that. But yes, we are studying the peak 15 minutes of the peak hour. So when you see these long delays, it happens. I mean, I don't think we want to say there won't be traffic congestion out there, but generally we're looking at kind of a worst case during the day. Most of the times the day are going to be better, but you're looking at the kind of that worst commute in the morning and the worst commute in the evening. ACHD does have a way in which, when we look at mitigations, we can go to the next hour and look at the peak 15 minutes of that hour, where because that allows us to look and see how flexible it might be. Like, maybe you can't handle 15 minutes, but if you're just 1 hour off, the peak there works. So there's a lot of different ways of doing it, but that is what we study.
Mr. Ringer, does home delivery, is that accounted for in the traffic forecast? So in other words, we put in 3,600 homes and people are buying online. Those trucks coming in and out of the neighborhood, are those trips accounted for?
They will slowly be accounted for, as well as all the changes that have happened in the past few years as time goes by. So I wouldn't say that that's an increase necessarily in trips, because as those delivery trucks come in, maybe we're all not going down to the store as many times.
Trade-off.
So, but we use empirical data collected on a national level for most of our analysis. That data, if you think about collecting data at a national level, it's probably at least 10 years old, if not 20 years old in most cases. So, you're really, as more data comes in, old data gets dropped out, it will adjust. But no, we don't look at that specifically.
Okay. Any other questions here? I guess I'm sucking them all up. I got a couple more. You good? I'm gonna hit on a roll here. This is a question for staff. I'm gonna back off the transportation one for a moment. The future land use map shows compact development right across Maple Grove to the west side of this parcel. There's a developed property that's at R12. I believe there's another one that was R10 or something like that. I guess what I'm trying to understand is what does compact development look like if this isn't it? Or are we in agreement with that what is being presented does fit within that general philosophy of compact development?
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, I believe the plan that they're presenting does actually sort of fit into the compact development. I think the overall density of this project is 9.1, which falls into that, into the range of compact development that we're looking for. In many ways, the plan itself, I think, does a good job in achieving many of the goals that we're trying to achieve. The issue, I think the staff, I generally like the specific plan. I can argue about a few of the details in their development code and such. But overall, I like the plan. The issue the city has with it is just from a financial aspect. It's not financially feasible for us to annex. I think that's our main concern on this. But I agree, it sort of fits into the mold of what we want to see within the compact.
Mr. Moser, what happens if this application, if this body suggests that council deny it and council in fact denies it? This land, this property is in Ada County. We've seen other planned developments that Ada County has approved. I'm curious, walk us through what is the possibility if that were to happen, if these folks were to go about 5 blocks over and apply there.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, you're correct. I mean, since it is adjacent to the city limits and in our area of impact, they have to pursue this process with us and achieve and get a no from us before the county will usually let them proceed. So that's one of the reasons why we're kind of going through this now, because they have to pursue the process with us. But you're right. If council denies it, then they can go to Ada County and take the exact same project to the Ada County Commission and propose it there. And they may very well approve it. Since it's already in there, it's already being served by them in many ways. So their financial analysis is probably a lot different than the cities, since they're providing many of the services already to it in essence.
Okay. Any other questions? Commissioner Moore, I see your hand up. Go for it.
I've got one more on the financial analysis side. So we've talked about, how this impact is calculated, what's going into it. So what are some remedies in the city's eyes to kind of help balance things a little bit more? From my understanding, it's maybe a combination of lower density, which is contrary to a lot of what Blueprint Boise and the new zoning code wants. Increase commercial space potentially, whether it's commercial square footage or some sort of mixed use. Are there other options to kind of balance those books in the city's minds and get it kind of closer to breaking even or breaking even?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, we look at this as it was presented. Be hard really to speculate on other things here, which could change our analysis as it's done. As presented, it has the housing, it has the different things, and we've modeled it, and it's just not financially feasible. Certainly putting in a fire station, this is a driver of that, and that is a very large cost. When we look at annexation done closer within the city where we already have services, that is a much lower hurdle because you've already got fire service nearby. So it's those types of things, but it would be hard to speculate on what could be done here, given there is good density and the model does not give it a financial result that is acceptable.
I have one more question of the applicant here. I got to hit this. I got to make sure I'm understanding before we move on. I'm looking at the ACHD report flat out, and here's the list of the 28 projects, and it's showing here's what it's configured currently. Here's what the CIP will ultimately build, and here is what they're saying needs to be done in order to meet their minimum thresholds. I want to make sure I'm understanding here. So here's an example, Maple Grove and Overland, currently a 5 lane by 6 intersection. CIP is showing 8 by 7, build out total minimum needed for ACHD thresholds 10 by 10. So is it your position that you're suggesting that this 10 by 10 includes your portion, but additional background traffic generated above and beyond what even the CIP is projecting? Is that what you're trying to tell me? Or is this flat out saying that what results from this application will ultimately require a 10 by 10, which is 2 by 3 more than what the CIP is calling for? Which is it? Is it yours doing all of this, or is it yours plus more background?
John Ringer, Kittleson Associates, 101 South Capitol, Boise. What they're comparing is us plus all the background. And when you hear 8 by 7 by 8 or 8 by 10, you're looking at the intersection. So for instance, if there are 2 left turn lanes, 2 through lanes, and a right turn lane, just on that approach, there's 5 lanes, right? And if there's 2 lanes going the other way, you're automatically getting to 7 lanes. So your standard for a larger intersection is a 7 lane. with something like Overland, where it is planned for two additional through lanes, then you'd then be up to a 9-lane standard. And so what they're doing, what's happened in that case is we've shown the need for 2 additional through lanes, which bump it up from like 8 to 10 lanes across at the intersection. And that is our traffic, all the background traffic. And so that's the thing, is we're projecting out, you know, this is one of the most extensive analysis I've ever been involved with in my career for a zoning application, where we're looking out all the way to the Eisenman interchange and all the way to I-84 out 20 years for a development. This would normally be done with a regional modeling exercise and wouldn't look at peak hours, which a peak 15 minutes of the peak hour. So that they are correct on that we are showing the need for more lanes. It doesn't necessarily mean you need to build them. Just, I mean, ACHD is doing their job. They're saying, gee, the numbers they're showing are bigger than what we have planned here. That is if you decide to build them for the peak 15 minutes or to handle that traffic. And it isn't just our traffic. Now we do have a table that has some incrementals, but for an intersection like that, it's the combined.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I have a follow-up question. So if you choose not to build, your level of service is going to go down, and you're still going to have some challenges with traffic. I mean, because anyone can decide to not build, but at the end of the day, what we're looking at here, and what I think I saw in those 400 pages was
1,600.
well,
Of the
traffic,
TIS.
yeah, the traffic impact study. Is the goal is to have an appropriate level of service. You can choose not to achieve that level of service, but you're going to see some would argue an adverse impact because your level of service goes down. Does that make sense?
Yes, Commissioner. I think in Deborah's presentation, she showed the traffic coming into downtown. I do a lot of projects in downtown, do a lot of studies in downtown. And there's been a lot of growth in downtown. But you can think of a road as, let's just say you have an 8-ounce cup and you have 16 ounces of water here. What we're doing when we do these studies is we're studying demand. We're saying if everybody could drive when they wanted, where they wanted, and we added everybody on top. So we're adding, instead of saying I'm going to drive from my house to the shopping center to work, we're saying there's a trip from my house to the shopping center. There's a trip from the shopping center to work. There's, and we're saying the trip coming to the shopping center is the same one, is a different one from the trip that I left my house. So we're adding all this stuff together. So in a way, what really happens is you have this situation where traffic will get worse, but then other things change. So in downtown, for instance, most of the roads coming into downtown either haven't changed or they've changed by well less than 1% a year in traffic. Yet we've had a lot in downtown. You know, I've lived here. I've lived here my whole life, other than some stints in some other places that I'd rather not live in. And it's you know, and what happens there is the times people travel change, trip making changes. Places like the North End that didn't have a lot of vibrancy when I was a kid here suddenly become, well, geez, I'd much rather live there and not have to go and commute from the suburbs or commute on State Street or commute on Shinden. So a lot of that changes. So you will see more congestion. There's no question that trips and density increases trips. That, you know, we cause more trips by doing this density, but ultimately by having the mixture of uses, and you end up actually changing travel patterns. And I'll have to admit, I spent 12 years doing planning in Portland, Oregon, and not to compare, because I'm glad I don't live there. This is where I love. But there were some experiments. There was a lot of decisions made even 20, 30 years ago. We're not going to widen beyond a 5-lane road. And we did the same things. We'd study them and say, geez, I remember studying in 1998, doing the first 2040 regional plan for a place in Oregon. And you had to figure out this, saying what happens if. So I just want to make sure that, yes, you will get more congestion, but it won't always be what our numbers show, because we're projecting demand. We have a lot of assumptions on it. Doesn't mean demand actually happens.
Mr. Moser, is this scheduled on ACHD's calendar yet?
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, I do not know, but I can find out.
Okay, great. All right, any other questions before we turn it over to public testimony?
Mr. Chairman, I have a question. A
Mr.
follow-up
Torres.
question kind of on process. You mentioned in a previous question that if we recommend rejection of this and they can then possibly go down the road to Ada County and submit the same project, if that were to happen, are they able to change the project, say for the worse when it comes to the compact development, or is it they have to consider the exact same project? I don't know. That's why I'm asking.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, when they go to the county, they'll be submitting a brand new application. I suspect the project will remain substantially the same, since they put a lot of money and effort into designing this as it is. So I don't think it would change that much, but they could change it if they wish. It is a brand new application before the county.
Okay, let's turn it over to public testimony at this point in time. So we have a handful of people signed up in person, and I'm just going to call off the first few names. So if you all wouldn't mind just coming up and occupying these front seats, it'll help us a little bit. First up, I think it's Rachel Burr, I think is it B-I-R, and followed by Todd Myers. And Esty LaFrance, you're on here again. I'm assuming you want to testify as citizen. You're good. Okay, so we're going to mark that off. So then Alan Hertzfeld, you'll be third up. Okay. Name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes. Thanks.
Commissioner, Chairman, Rachel Burr. I own 7551 West Havana Drive. And on the other side of my backyard fence is Murillo Farms. And not just living in Basiri, I'm also on the board of Basiri subdivision. I do not accept the empirical data, and it happens if I'm going to sit there and cycle through 3 lights. And I do support what ACHD also stated, but I live there. I'm in and out of that subdivision. It's not built on a grid. There's only one way in, and you can only go over to Lake Hazel, which Lake Hazel is shut down right now because on Maple Grove, they're building a roundabout. So right now, our only way in and out is Cole Road. Now, I know we're talking about 20, 40 years from now, but I also want to talk about where is the fire station going to be? Has that been purchased yet? No. A fire truck, a ladder truck is going to cost probably 1.7 million, and the city of Boise is going to have to upfront that. That's not in any of these projections. We're also going to have increased police. You have more people coming out. We've got locale. That's 3,000 homes, 3,000 people. Well, more people probably. Sewer, millions of dollars to put sewer out there. You're also looking at parks. We have no green space out there. There's nothing for us. We have a satellite library. We can go to Ada County to Victory and 5 Mile, and we can also go to Lake Hazel. But you've got to find another way around Lake Hazel because that's shut down right now because of the roundabout that's being built, which would be an improvement when that's happened. I do support the city of Boise on that this is not economically feasible. I did on the back of an envelope, if you're going to recoup the money on impact fees and what you're going to get by annexing the 380 some acres, you're going to be in the red. It is not feasible to annex this. And I do have respect for the Mercurdio family. I'm Boise native. Everybody knows who the Mercurdios are. So I really do respect them, but this is not economically feasible. And I do not tolerate the answer of sitting through 3 cycles at Cole Road right now that it happens, and that I'll find another way to come in and out of my subdivision, Basiri. And yes, I do know I have a home because McGurdio sold that 199 plats for us to build. But I really think that you need to listen to us, the homeowners. We do not support this right now. We don't have the infrastructure, and we need the infrastructure first, especially the fire and police. 10 minutes for a response for fire is not acceptable.
Oh,
Time.
sorry, didn't notice that. Okay, thank you for your
I
comment.
appreciate Commissioner and Chairman.
Okay. I had Todd Myers up, but he was the gentleman who spoke under the last one from Maverick, so I'm gonna guess he might have signed up for the wrong one. Okay, and I'm getting some head nods. All right, so Alan Hertzfeld, and then Amy Russell up behind.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, my name is Alan Hersfeld. My address is 9409 West Burnett Drive, Boise, 83709. I am a retired attorney. I represented fire unions in this area for 35 years until my retirement 6 years ago. I represented, among others, the Boise fire employees and the Meridian fire employees. My concern is that current fire department infrastructure is insufficient to efficiently service a development in this location. The closest fire station is Station 17 at 3801 South Cole Road, and it is questionable whether currently, under normal traffic conditions, Engine 17 could respond to the Murio Farm site within 4 minutes, the city's emergency response goal, consistent with National Fire Protection Association standards. In the event of unusual traffic congestion, such as during late afternoon, early evening rush hour, it is likely that Engine 17's response time would be considerably longer, taking into consideration that South Cole Road is only 3 lanes from Station 17 to West Desert Avenue, and only 2 lanes from Desert to Lake Hazel Road. Moreover, if Engine 17 were out on another call, or in the event of a call requiring more than 1 responding apparatus, the response from the next nearest station, Boise Airport Station 7 or Meridian Station 7, would be longer yet. The inevitable future increase of traffic from Locale and the other surrounding large developments, not to mention the additional traffic from the Murio Farms development, if it's approved, would only exacerbate this emergency response concern. I'm aware that the Boise Fire Marshal has sent a comment, and the comment states that the Boise Fire Department would not approve of the applications, would not approve of construction, the start of construction, until a second fire station within close proximity would be dedicated. And further, that until the fire station was built, no more than 300 units could be built in this development. I think the bottom line, though, is that the fire infrastructure is currently insufficient to predictably provide emergency response to this location within 4 minutes. That's now, that's currently. As a result, I agree with what we heard from the South Cole Neighborhood Association, that this project should not be approved until there is a second fire station actually built in close proximity. And I urge the commission to deny the application at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Hurstfeld. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Okay, Amy Russell, followed by Brenda Andelon, I think it is.
Thank you, Commissioners. Amy Russell, 5310 South Umatilla. I'm reiterating points that have already been said, so I'll try to be brief so we can go home. A couple of concerns. One is the environmental impact. It's already been stated, but just additional loss of agricultural land, the impact that can have on the aquifer as it's already been depleted. I'm hearing that the Riding Club is having to dig their well deeper in addition to a lot of the other ones that have been happening in the area. So every time we take away that agricultural land, we lose that replenishing of the aquifer. And then the sprawl. This feels antithetical to what we were trying to change in the new rezone writing. It's the very far edge of the city in a part that has very limited roads as it is. It's pushing it out. It's going to burden the roads. I live off of Cole. We talk about that peak 15 minutes on Cole. That's all day long. It is bad in the morning because I commute it every day. It's just as bad in the afternoon. It does take about 3 light cycles to get through Cole Road. It backs up routinely about 3/4 of a mile. And not only that, when you're coming off the freeway exit, it's not uncommon to get stopped on the freeway. And I don't know if you've ever been on a dead stop on the freeway, waiting for the light to change so you can get off, but it's a little terrifying. So primarily just the lack of commercial, the lack of things, there's no place around us to go. You have to drive into Boise because we don't have anything available to us. And this just adds so much additional burden to an area that already feels like it can handle it. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, Brenda Andelon, and followed by, I think it's Tom, is it Coops, I hope? Probably butchered that, but. Okay, great.
My name is Brenda Andelon and I live at 9142 West Bigwood Drive. I would like to start by thanking all of you for volunteering your time and efforts. I know this can, yeah, I can see how much time you guys put into this in just one night. That's incredible. I'm here to express my strong opposition to the sheer number of proposed housing units in this area without also including the infrastructure that would get the area on track to incorporation with the city of Boise. I would also like to see a commitment to a significant percentage of housing to be dedicated to accepting housing vouchers like Section 8 and more affordable housing. I didn't see that mentioned anywhere. It's nice to think that more housing can just make it more affordable, but that's not the truth. We need more housing vouchers to be accepted. On a personal note, I would also like the area to have a walkable commercial zoning, like ideally like how South Abound Way has in Southeast Boise. So, thank you.
Great, thank you, appreciate it. All right, I think it's Tom. Is it Tom? I hope I'm reading that correctly. And then I don't have anybody else on the sign-up sheet, so if you're in the chambers and you do wish to testify, you're more than welcome to do that. I would just ask that you fill these chairs and then you can come up one by one.
Thank you, members of the Planning Commission. My name is Tom Coops. I live at 8196 Thunder Mountain Drive. I am a member of the board at South Cole Neighborhood Association. I've lived in Southwest Boise, Ada County, Boise area of impact for 48 years. This plan eliminates over 380 acres of cropland with water rights that could provide food. Nobody's too concerned about that, I guess, but you are the planning group. Right. It'll never recharge the aquifer again. Why don't we put 10 units per acre up maybe above the Highlands or over in Harris Ranch or somewhere like that? We could still raise some food out there if you did that. Our roads can't handle it. I don't know. You can talk to all these people, have a lot of numbers. When we sit through light after light after light, They've planned our streets and misaligned them so we can't do left turns at the same time. The sequences of the stoplights won't sequence. A water table has been spoken about. It's a real fact. So we want to put in more houses because we can support more houses, even though our water table won't do the job right now. Not quite sure how that works. In conclusion, I appreciate you all listening to one another and working over all the details, whether it's 0.1 or 0.8 or 0.4, whatever it is. It's junk. You want to have a nice little compact city, make it compact. Don't run it out in the desert. That's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coops. Appreciate your time. I think you want to testify, yeah? Please come on up, state your name and address for the record. Thank you.
My name is Suzanne Knorr. I reside at Highlander Road in the county unincorporated area of Southwest Boise. I am one of the unlucky ones whose well dried up 2 years in a row. It is a hard, cold fact that that aquifer is receding a foot every single year. And the more open space we lose, the more farmland we lose, the less recharge that it gets, the more it will continue to recede. There are people who live close to the proposed development that went without water for over a year before they could finally get a well driller out. And I realize Ada County is currently working on an ARPA-funded extension of the water infrastructure, but it has been extremely limited. And my gut feeling is that as the development has continued in the what open space is left down in Southwest Boise, that receding aquifer will continue to recede at an exponential rate. And the people on well systems will not be able to connect with water. The infrastructure won't be there, and it will be prohibitively expensive. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay. Anybody else in the chambers wish to testify on this matter? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to anybody online. I saw some hands earlier. Oh, there's one. Okay, John Starr, if you would like to testify, you're the first one up. If so, if you can hear us, state your name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is John Starr. My address is 755 West Front Street in Boise. Appreciate the opportunity to testify in support of the annexation and zoning of the proposed Muriel Farms Plan Community. Growth is the job of the city, and you, the P&Z, are an integral part of that process. I think that there's a lot of rumor and just generalization about growth that goes on a regular basis, and there are some facts that we know from the 2020 census. The Boise-Nampa MSA has grown by 3.3% annually. The job growth in the area is also just a little over 3%. The city of Boise during that same time frame has only grown by about 1.58%, just a little over 1.5%. By comparison, the city of Star, Idaho has grown by 15.7% in the same time frame since 2000 on an annual average basis. Even Eagle and Kuna are managing growth rates of over 5 and 7% annually. The reason the growth is so skewed to these outlying areas is because Boise is not carrying their share of the load. And when people talk about all of these issues with service and transportation and so forth, it is because so much of that growth is being pushed further and further outward. Even the small town of Melba in Canyon County has averaged 5% growth in the last 4 years. The city of Boise needs more opportunities to provide housings and services. They don't need fewer opportunities. Muriel Farms is a planned community that's going to benefit the community by approving these kinds of developments, you're going to encourage others to undertake development in the city of Boise. And this is going to result in the kinds of return to tax revenue and so forth that you're looking for. By denying one project, you think that you're going to somehow diminish growth on the outskirts of town, and you're not. By denying this project, you're going to increase the growth further out of town. I'd encourage you to support annexation of the Murillo Farms property and the zoning that will allow you folks to build to a city level within your boundaries. I stand for any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Starr. Appreciate your time. I'm going to go to David King, followed by Dave Kangas.
Thank you. Good evening, commissioners. I'm David King. I live at 8172 West Thunder Mountain Drive in Boise, 83709, and I speak in opposition to the Murillo Farms plan. First is the lack of road infrastructure. The Murillo Farms development should not be considered until proper road infrastructure is completed. And in a related subject, traffic. The Southwest Boise area of impact is overwhelmed with traffic. Lake Hazel, Maple Grove, and Cole Road are already taxed as it is. This project will add 29,521 trips per day. ACHD's report, their traffic study, panned this Murillo Farms project, stating ACHD does not believe this level of traffic congestion is reasonable. They state further, if the Murillo Farms specific area plan is approved with the current land uses, there will be significant traffic congestion that will not be mitigated. Third is the issue of urban sprawl. This project is the definition of urban sprawl, and that was what the city of Boise was moving away from when it approved the zoning code rewrite. In the words of Tim Kane, the Boise planning director, we're not going to sprawl into the desert. Fourth is the reduction of commercial and retail space from 246 square feet to 94,000 square feet, which will aggravate the existing traffic congestion. Fifth is the issue of the dry wells in Southwest Boise and the reduction of the aquifer. Sixth is the lack of fire safety. More than 2 times the standard response time from 4 minutes to 10 minutes, a public safety issue. Lastly, McGurdio Park should be completed prior to building more enormous housing projects in Southwest Boise. Thank you. I appreciate your time, and I recommend denial of this project.
Thank you very much, Mr. King. Let's go to Mr. Dave Kangas. Mr. Kangas, you there? Your hand is raised. Maybe he's having technical difficulties. How did we get through all this whole night without a single blip and now the last person?
Mr. Chair, he does have permission to speak.
What's that?
He does have permission to speak. Oh, and now he's gone.
Oh, he's no longer on. Okay, but we have somebody else, so I will, unless Dave comes back, we'll go to Phil Van Sickle.
Hi, my name is Phil Van Sickle. I'm at 6228 South Latigo Drive. I live right off of Cole Road, and I deal with the traffic every morning because I commute downtown. And I've lived in this corner of town for over 15 years now, and Cole Road has gotten worse and worse and worse. And this morning was a perfect example with the snow. And one accident, just one accident, and Cole Road is jammed up, and it adds another half hour to my commute because I have to turn around and I've got to go the back way to Lake Hazel, and hopefully that's opened, or sometimes Lake Hazel gets shut down. Furthermore, there was supposed to be an orchard realignment project that, and to my knowledge, that's been canceled because the land that they were going to build that road on turned out to be an old landfill. So that's going to take even longer if it ever gets built. So I understand the complexities of growth, but we need significant transportation infrastructure improvements in this valley before this little corner of Southwest Ada County can support this level of development. And we've already got Locale going in and various other projects that have been approved by Ada County already, and the traffic is just getting worse and worse, and will continue to get worse. And this development will only add to that. So I ask that you deny the application. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Van Sickle. Anybody else online? I don't see any more hands. Now I do. All right, Bruce Mastorovic, you're up again.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I thought I had my hand up, but okay. So I logged on wanting to support this, but I'm having some trouble understanding a few things. I saw a Boise Dev article a week or so ago saying that there were going to be like 35 homes here, and about a little less than half of those were going to be apartments for like a total of almost 9,000 people living on this 380 acre lot. Which works out to like 23 people per acre, like 15,000 people per square mile, which is crazy. That's like Chicago or Boston level density. So I feel like either this project should pencil out, or Boise Dev got something wrong, or maybe there's some issue with, I thought I saw something at the start of the night where it was going to be like 12 years before any of the multifamily housing actually gets built. So I'm not sure where the disconnect is here, but like if those numbers are correct, like, I mean, you should be able to have like a subway here. Like this is, if you can actually support 9,000 people on 380 acres, that's super dense. I'm a little confused why in the initial presentation, the multifamily was going to wait 12 years. I feel like that should come pretty quick. I don't know if this is just like a single family project that's waiting for a new city council, new zoning code to kind of scrap the rest. It feels kind of weird to me. I would love to see new housing, love to see it annexed if it's going to be a good project. I'm just not sure what's happening here.
Okay. Appreciate your time. Might be a Subway, but with meatballs and cheese and bread. I think we're up. I don't see anybody else on the Zoom with their hands. One more check inside the room here. Anybody else who did not testify, who wishes to testify now? This is our last chance. Okay, I think we're good. This is when the applicant gets 10 seconds for rebuttal. Okay.
No problem.
Hurry up. Just kidding.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, thanks for the opportunity to respond to as much as we can in our brief period of time. Let's start with finance because that's the issue that staff has raised, right? I mean, staff says they like the project, they like the design, they support the density, it's consistent with their plans. They're only hung up on finance. So given that, it's really important for the finance report to be correct. And we have pointed out some fundamental flaws. These aren't just preferences, some fundamental flaws. For example, The city finance department says that they need to look at the level of service that's adopted in the CIP. The CIP level of service is 1.55 as a target, 1.41 current. 1.8 is aspirational, a number that has no basis. It is not the right place to look, and it has a fundamental impact on the outcome here. They included analysis of parks and expense to the city for future maintenance of our parks. There will be no city maintenance of our parks here. They will be open to the public, but that will be maintained by the developer and HOA. It is unreasonable to include a 0% rental assumption. And so that is very important to at least have some realistic number there. As Mr. Eberly testified in response to Commissioner Seha's questions, even 10% would flip it to positive. And that's well below what is average. And Boise has a higher rental than other cities in Ada County. The in-migration is 43% of the 18 to 34-year-olds that are coming here. So these are things to get right. Commissioner Gillespie, you want to look at a site-specific analysis, and to the extent that the city's model does that, we've copied it. For example, fire station, they allocated 12.5% of the cost of a new fire station to this development. That doesn't happen in other analyses. You don't have that cost allocation. That was done because of the location here. If you're in the city, inner city, you just get the benefit of that. We also pay our impact fees. That's how extra costs are allocated to new development, is by law through the Idaho Development Impact Fee Act. So we are required to pay our extra expenses through impact fees, and that is done. We share those as new development that are not allocated to the general public. But operating costs are equal. You treat everybody the same in the city. You don't have a radius that's like, okay, you're 1 minute from a fire station, you're 2 minutes from a fire station, you're 3 minutes, with a sliding scale. That's not the way the city serves. And so operating costs are equal wherever you live in the city. And so when you adjust for you don't even have to pick all of these errors, but get this study right to make sure that a very fundamental decision about where you place density in accordance with your plan for a specific plan that is desired. Please make sure you have the right facts and the right study. We asked to meet with Finance Department. We'd like to work through these things. There will not be an impact on water in the area. We will have domestic service through Veolia, United Water, that we will have our own surface water for irrigation. There's excess surface water. We will not need to use our wells. We will actually be restoring water to the aquifer by not withdrawing at the level that they have been by having one of the deeper wells here. Our commercial will be like Bound Crossing. That was requested by somebody. It's designed after that. We will providing parks that are open to the public. You only get commercial and parks that was requested by all of the opponents here through master planning, through taking this all down in one big chunk. And that inevitably does create impacts. It's a change in the area. But the city thoughtfully considered that when you adopted your comprehensive plan and designated this for compact residential. You simply do not have the room to accommodate the housing elsewhere. And this is the perfect location next to your employment centers. It is the place to put this. And so it is worth the effort to get your fiscal study correct, to really take a good look at this, to really think about how to serve this, to work through the inevitable traffic problems that happen no matter where you put 3,500 homes in this valley, because they are coming. This is something that's important to fulfill the comprehensive plan, and it's a great location consistent with your zoning code, consistent with your comprehensive plan. And for all of these reasons, we ask that you think carefully about it and recommend approval. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Nelson. Appreciate it. Okay. This item is now before the commission. Item number 4, CAR 21-22 and ZOA 21-02. And as a reminder, we are not a decision-making body on this. We are a recommending body for both. So this, whatever our recommendation, goes to the next step to City Council, no matter what we do here this evening.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Gillespie.
recommend denial of CAR 21-22 and ZOA 21-2 for the reasons stated in the staff report.
I have a motion by Commissioner Gillespie to deny the application as per the staff report. Is there a second?
I'll second.
I have a second by Commissioner Seha. Is there discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Gillespie.
So, the issue before us, to me, there's two. One is the ACHD's comments and the whole traffic issue, which you so thoroughly explored. And the second is the city's Department of Finance and Administration finding that it's not financially feasible. Let me talk about the second one first. So here we have a case where the city administration, which is the folks that ultimately, have the most detailed numbers and have, in a sense, the duty to do the calculation, have done the calculation, and they've reached a conclusion. We have an applicant who obviously has an interest and has identified what they consider to be certain flaws in the city's calculations and report. The city, in testimony, said they had seen that and they had looked at it, and the city said they still stand by their analysis. So for me, as a would-be cost accountant from long ago, I understand, all the assumptions and how important they are, and how accounting can be an art in some cases, and particularly when you're trying to do a marginal analysis of a objectively complex phenomena, which is what this is. The city has put forward its position. So in a sense, we have like two competing experts. I see no reason to not agree with the city or not support or accept the city's position, because I can't understand a reason why they would be systemically biased. And so, I accept the city's conclusion on a matter like this, where the city is the determining body for whether it's financially feasible. That's my opinion on how to think about that. With respect to the ACHD issue and the traffic issues, we have the ACHD basically saying there's significant marginal impact across a number of projects in the Southwest area, and that the cost of those is not included in the current CIP. And, then they offer some editorial comments that are sort of snarky, that are like, and we don't think it will be. Well, hell, I don't know what the ACHD is going to do with their fees over time, but clearly they think there's some major marginal costs, not driven by just background, but driven by this application. And they express some strong views. So for those two reasons, I oppose both the annexation and therefore the creation of a special purpose zoning code.
Okay, any more of the discussion?
I don't think I have anything to say after Commissioner Milt typically speaks. So Mr. Chairman, I'm in agreement with Commissioner Milt's statements. Having spent some time in that part of town, I understand the residents' challenges with traffic. And to me, really, the ACHD report was kind of like the nail in the coffin.
Okay, other discussion?
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Torres.
I agree with everything that both of my colleagues have said. I'm conflicted because obviously we desperately need more housing in Boise, and this is a lot of housing to turn down and to deny. But with the ACHD concerns, with the concern with the numbers not penciling financially, and just the general consequences for traffic and for transportation and everything else that was discussed, I'm concerned that this project is not the right project to build that extra housing at this time. And so I support what everyone has said.
Okay, Commissioner Moore?
Thank you. So yeah, again, in support of the motion, I think, those two issues are really what I was seeing as well. Yeah, I think generally, it's, from my understanding too, part of it is just being away from services. I mean, you have the impact of the new fire station as a restriction for your first, couple hundred units of, to be occupied, and that's something that the city is likely going to have to front, building and then see the payback over time. And I think, issues like that are really what you kind of come to the forefront, but to the plan's credit, or to, the city's conditions, that fire station, if this does get approved, by city council, or further down the road, that fire station is a condition approval for the first to reside in those first few hundred units. So to mitigate some of the fears about fire access and needing a fire station, that is a condition of approval currently in the plan right now, and something to continue to advocate for, as this moves forward. Walkable areas, I think there's a lot of good things about this. Love to see more commercial in here, more kind of walkable commercial, more maybe civic, and an integration of some of those agricultural aspects, but agree with the motion entirely.
Thank you, Commissioner Moore. Commissioner Doan, anything? Are you good?
Yes, I just want to say I appreciate everybody's input on this. Commissioner Gillespie, you are very concise in the way you speak about it, and I appreciate that. That's all I have to say.
Have you ever been accused of being concise in your life?
I'm gonna call Hollis, tell it.
Okay. My thoughts are I'm going to vote against the motion. And here's the following reasons why. I think that our responsibility is to ensure in this instance that the city council is given as much information as they can to make the decision that they need to make. And I don't believe that they have enough information at this point in time. So while I'm not necessarily in support of the application, I am a believer that we instead should either defer to allow this to go to ACHD before coming back to us, or an approval recommendation with terms and conditions that provide the council with additional information so that they can make that decision on their own. And I'll give you some specifics here. First and foremost, I just want to point out our future land use map straight out says compact development. I firmly believe that everything that I'm seeing, this is compact development. It's surrounded by compact development, at least on certain instances or certain sides. So it's consistent that way. That tells me a lot about the financial impact potentially, and there being an inconsistency then with the future land use map and the financial computation. Something's not working there. So that definitely concerns me. I am very concerned about if we deny this, them going right down to the county and getting an approval there, and us not having the fingerprints of the city of Boise on this, and potentially with adjustments, this being beneficial to the city as opposed to a complete detriment, because there's no impact or there's no income taxes or property taxes that would be captured by the city. That is a real risk. This county is demonstrating their willingness to do planned communities. So that's there. TISs. TISs are, in my professional opinion, flawed. They're very flawed. You look through many of them and it's a forecast. It's a best guess, admittedly. But we have TIS language that says that there will be 419 right turns at this intersection at this time in the year 2040. There's no way on earth that we get that accurate. But yet we have an incredible, amount of information that we're completely hanging our hat on when it comes to this TIS. And I feel for the applicant, because if they came in as 10 38 unit or 38 acre properties as opposed to one master one, it wouldn't be this. That TIS would say nothing like what it says right now. But because they're coming in as a whole, I frankly think they're being heavily penalized. But the information that we're missing is the financial computation of those improvements, whether they happen or not, because we don't have a clear understanding as to what the impacts of the taxpayers of the city of Boise and Ada County are. Why? Because impact fees they do not pay for all of the improvements. They have to be met with non-impact fee funds at ACHD. That means your property tax, vehicle registration fees, and other things. So those dollars come from all of us. So this application to me is missing a massive thing, and I wish that the district would have required that or had representation here to answer those questions. Neither of those things have happened. But that's why I was hoping that we could take a different path, get that information, either for us to make a decision or for the council to make a decision. That's my opinion. But we have a motion by Commissioner Gillespie and a second by Commissioner Seha to deny the application. And if there is no further discussion, then we can have the clerk take roll.
Danley,
No.
Moore,
Yes.
Gillespie,
Yes.
Seha,
Yes.
Torres,
Yes.
Dome,
Yes.
5 in favor, 1 opposed, motion carries.
Okay, commissioners, before you pack up, we have one last thing we got to do. The final, everybody who was in here for this previous item is welcome to go home, but we have to do a real quick housekeeping thing. Item number 5, we have to make an official motion to defer. Yeah, I just need a motion to defer item 5.
Mr. Chairman, I
to a
move that
future
we
date.
defer item 5 to our
Thank you,
next
Commissioner
meeting.
Gillespie. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Second, okay. Clerk, please call the roll.
Danley,
Aye.
Moore,
Aye.
Gillespie,
Aye.
Seha,
Aye.
Torres,
Aye.
Dome,
Aye.
all in favor, motion carries.
Great, meeting adjourned. Thank you, everybody.